Chapter 1194. Stay here. There were a group of 8 people, no more or less. They were dressed exactly the same as when they were in the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City. The words, 6 Elements Sect were written on their chests. There are more than 8 people. Wang Xian looked at the seat in front of him and saw 2 young men. One of them had a head of silver-white long hair. He looked elegant and exuded an otherworldly aura. The other one had a head of short hair. He sat there emotionlessly. Wang Xian saw that Xing Tianyi was staring at him coldly. He ignored him and sat on the seat in front of him. When Xing Tianyi saw that Wang Xian ignored him, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He smiled slowly. His smile was filled with ferocious excitement. "Kid, I didn't expect to meet you here." As Xing Tianyi spoke, he stood up slowly. He held a wine glass in his hand and stared at Wang Xian coldly. A few of Xing Tianyi's fellow disciples were slightly stunned when they saw him standing up. When they saw Wang Xian, their pupils constricted slightly before their faces turned cold. Bang! Enemies have a narrow road. A young man placed the wine cup in his hand on the table with a loud and clear sound. The other 7 people stared at Wang Xian coldly. Even the silver-haired young man and the short-haired young man in the innermost corner turned their heads to look at him. "Tianyi, what's going on with the few of you? Don't cause trouble at the second prince's banquet. If there's a problem, we can settle it after the event." The silver-haired young man saw that some people were looking in his direction and said to Xing Tianyi indifferently, "Senior brother, this guy is from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. A few days ago, we went to the Dragon Phoenix dynasty with great difficulty, but we were chased out by him in the end. He also said that in their territory, no matter what identity we have to get lost." The moment the silver-haired young man finished his words, the only girl among the 8 of them immediately pouted and looked at him with an aggrieved expression. "Is that so?" The silver-haired young man narrowed his eyes slightly and swept his gaze across Wang Xian. He didn't say anything. Seeing that their senior brother didn't say anything, the corners of Xing Tianyi and the other's lips curled up slightly. How did a little brat from the Dragon and Phoenix Empire get into this place? Is this a place where you can come? The young man sitting in the middle stood up from his seat and walked slowly to Wang Xian's side. He looked down at him and asked coldly. Wang Xian saw the 2 of them standing in front of him. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at him. He frowned slightly. "What does it have to do with you guys that I can come here?" He looked at the people from the 6 Elements Sect and said faintly, "What does it have to do with us? But I want to tell you that this manor is the property of our 6 Elements Sect. Kid, this is our territory. This is not your Dragon and Phoenix dynasty." Xing Tianyi stared at him with a cold face and said slowly, "Your territory? But I was invited here. Could it be that you can chase me away?" Wang Xian smiled faintly. The 6 Element Sect was a powerful sect in the Luhai region. However, their strength was still 1 level away from the Light Dragon Empire. He didn't believe that a 6 Element Sect would dare to chase him away when the second prince invited him over. He sat there calmly without a hint of panic in his eyes. When Xing Tianyi and the rest heard Wang Xian's words, they frowned slightly. Clearly, they had some misgivings in their hearts. A disciple of our 6 Elements Sect went to a small country and was chased out by someone. This is a joke. Suddenly, the silver-haired young man who was sitting inside looked at Wang Xian and smiled. "However, if someone really dared to do this, our 6 Elements Sect will naturally not let this go. Our 6 Elements Sect is extremely hospitable. We will not chase them away. Instead, we will leave them here. This is a place with good feng shui." The silver-haired young man said while looking at Wang Xian with a smile on his face. He then looked at the few disciples beside him and said, "Leave the second prince to me." "Oh, thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother." A hint of excitement flashed across the faces of the few young men. Their senior brother was ranked 20th in the Luhai region. The second prince had invited them here mainly for their senior brother. Not only the second prince, but the other princes of the Light Dragon dynasty had also invited their senior brother to join them a few days ago. As the Six Elements sect, which did not belong to any dynasty, they were the targets of many dynasties. If their senior brother spoke to the second prince would definitely not say anything. When they heard their senior brother's words, all of them stared at Wang Xian with ferocious expressions. Kid, do you know what the price is for coming to our territory? When you were in the Dragon and Phoenix Royal City, you dared to injure junior brother Xing Tianyi. Have you thought about the consequences? The young man standing beside Wang Xian had a mocking expression on his face as he stared at Wang Xian and said slowly. When Wang Xian saw the expressions on everyone's faces, his expression turned cold as well. I really haven't thought about the consequences of dealing with a few good-for-nothings. You're courting death. Xing Tianyi shouted softly as he stared at Wang Xian with a ferocious expression. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. This isn't your tiny country. If you dare to offend us, you shall stay here today. Hee. After Xing Tianyi finished his sentence, the other young men stood up slowly as well. Their auras locked onto him. What's going on? It's someone from the Six Element sect. Who is the young man they are targeting? Why haven't I seen him before? I haven't seen him before. However, he must have been invited by the second prince. If the people from the Six Element sect are targeting him like this, wouldn't that be a slap to the second prince's face? That won't happen. Yin Xianfeng of the Six Element sect is currently being courted by several princes. The second prince should give the Six Element sect some face. Xing Tianyi's shout caused the surrounding people to reveal curious expressions as they discussed in a low voice. It's him. At this moment, two men and women in green robes were sitting across from him. That young man raised his brows slightly as an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Oh, it really is? The girl next to him looked over and nodded slightly. They had an impression of this young man. Not long after, they had attended the auction of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty together with their teacher and happened to see him making a move in the restaurant. At that time, his strength had slightly surprised even their teacher. However, he was a bloodline cultivator, so they didn't take him seriously. Big brother Su Wanling, do you and Miss Sasa know this young man? A young man heard their conversation and curiously looked ahead. Yes, he's a disciple who just established a small country. His strength is not bad, but unfortunately, he's a bloodline cultivator. Su Wanling lightly nodded and said indifferently. There is a limit to the cultivation path of bloodline cultivators, and there are very few high-level bloodlines. Their future is limited. The young man next to him heard his words and lightly shook his head. Chapter 1195. Stay here. For many people, the bloodline of a fierce beast or demon beast was like a treasure. However, in the eyes of some outstanding disciples, bloodline cultivators were not enough. This was because the bloodline had a limit. For example, if one had the bloodline of a demon beast at the profound void tier, they could only cultivate to the profound void tier at most. In the eyes of many people, an expert of the first level of the profound void tier was only within reach. However, in the eyes of these proud children, it was nothing more than this. This was because they pursued a higher realm. I wonder how he received the invitation from the second prince. The girl called Sasa looked ahead and said with a smile. It's very normal for him to be invited with his strength. However, he should be out of luck. The second prince will not blame Yin Xianfeng and the others of the Six Elements sect for the sake of a bloodline warrior. Su Wanling said lightly. The other princes of the Light Dragon dynasty are trying to rope in Yin Xianfeng. The second prince's main target today is not only Yin Xianfeng, but also big brother Su Wanling. Also, judging from the second prince's attitude just now, he wants to rope in you. The young man at the side said with some flattery. Su Wanling smiled proudly and slightly raised his head. I'm looking forward to the strength the second prince will show next. As he spoke, he took a small sip and looked at everyone in the banquet hall with a smile. As a Heaven's Pride expert who ranked higher than Yin Xianfeng on the prodigy roll, he was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Divine Wind Academy. His family background was not very good, But it was precisely because of this that he was the object of contention among all the major factions. At this banquet, the second prince clearly valued him the most. Sitting here, he had a feeling that he was watching the storm with a smile. "You want me to stay here?" In the banquet hall, Wang Xian sat there and watched the people from the Six Elements sect staring at him coldly. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. By leaving him here, it meant that they clearly had an opinion and wanted to kill him. "With just you guys, you don't have the ability." Wang Xian stood up abruptly and looked at all of them. "Haha, brat, you still dare to be so arrogant even now. Let me tell you, in the territory of our Six Elements sect, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. In the Dragon Phoenix Royal City, you dared to chase us out. Today, I will make you pay the price." A young man pointed his finger at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Buzz. The moment he stretched out his hand and pointed at Wang Xian, he started to move. He waved his arm and a stream of water shot towards the 8 people in front of him. "You still dare to make a move?" When Xing Tian saw Wang Xian making a move instantly, he revealed an embarrassed expression. Not good. However, as they felt the terrifying impact of the stream of water in front of them, the expressions of Xing Tian and the rest changed drastically. "Be careful. His strength should be at the half-step void interpretation realm." A young man shouted loudly when he recalled how Wang Xian had instantly killed a level 9 Hule leopard in Dragon Phoenix Royal City. The few of them trembled and hurriedly defended themselves. However, it was too late. The water currents struck the 8 of them. Their defenses were like thin paper and were easily broken through. A powerful force directly crashed into his body. Pung pung pung, poo poo. In an instant, the 8 people spat out blood and flew backward. What? This young man is so powerful. He dares to directly attack the second prince's banquet. This young man is too arrogant. He directly injured a disciple of the Six Element sect. Is he going to make an enemy out of the Six Element sect? Everyone around was slightly shocked as they looked over in astonishment. Pa! At this moment, In Xianfeng, who was sitting at the side, had a slight change in expression. His eyes turned cold instantly. His hand landed heavily on the table. A silver-white longsword appeared in his hand. Hua! The sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed rang out. The sharp longsword slashed towards Wang Xian's position. "You're courting death." His eyes revealed an icy look. The temperature around him instantly dropped by dozens of degrees. An extremely cold longsword stabbed directly at him. "You're the ones who are courting death." Wang Xian watched the long sword coming at him. His expression didn't change as he waved his arm gently. Bang! The cold glow of the long sword melted immediately. Wang Xian waved his arm again. A golden stream of light swept directly at his arm. Go to hell. When In Xianfeng saw that Wang Xian easily blocked his attack, his pupils constricted slightly and his aura trembled. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of cracking could be heard from the surroundings. On the table, one cup after another was shattered by the bone-piercing cold air, producing a crisp sound. The surrounding ground slowly turned snow-white. Retreat. Get out of their battle range. Hiss. That young man's strength is so strong. He should be at the half-step void interpretation realm. That young man is so arrogant. This villa is the property of the Six Element sect. There are experts from the Six Element sect here. If he dares to attack In Xianfeng and the rest here, isn't he courting death? The second prince is trying to rope in Xianfeng. Even if that young man was invited by the second prince, given the current situation, the second prince will definitely stand on the side of the Six Element sect. After all, if he helps that young man, it would be a bad relationship with the Six Element sect. When the people around saw Wang Xian making a move, they were astonished. Those who were close to him quickly retreated into the distance. You dare to fight with me, In Xianfeng? You dare to make a move in the territory of our Six Element sect? Today, I, In Xianfeng, will definitely kill you. When In Xianfeng saw the beam of golden light that was attacking him, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He waved the long sword in his hand. The air around him seemed to have solidified as a faint white glow rose out of thin air. It was like a silver-white long sword that could penetrate through everything as it slashed towards the golden light. Humph! Wang Xian looked at Yin Xianfeng's attack with a hint of disdain in his eyes. The golden light was a combination attack. The golden flow could be compared to his single attribute attack and his ordinary attack in the form of the divine dragon. If Yin Xianfeng did not use his divine ability to resist, he would be courting death. Crack, crack, crack. The silvery white long sword that was accompanied by an icy glow slashed onto the golden flow. Suddenly, the surrounding ice emitted a cracking sound. The golden glow swept towards him. What? Yin Xianfeng was slightly shocked. His expression changed drastically. His entire body trembled as layers of ice armor covered his body. Extremely hot water sea. Wang Xian saw his defense and waved his arm. A wave of seawater that was emitting a terrifying high temperature landed on Yin Xianfeng's body faster than the golden current. Ah! The moment the extremely hot water sea landed on his body, Yin Xianfeng let out a scream. The ice armor on his body melted at a terrifying speed. The golden current landed on his arm that was holding the long sword. The golden stream and the fire and metal elements combined to attack. A stream of light contained a terrifying attack. When the golden stream swept past, Yin Xianfeng's arm disappeared. Chapter 1196. The second prince of was furious. My arm. A scream sounded in the banquet hall. Yin Xianfeng stared at his right hand with a face full of fear. So what if it was empty? When the golden light swept past, the arm immediately dissipated. He widened his eyes. A trace of shock and malevolence flashed in his eyes. In the surroundings, all the sounds instantly stopped. 4 to 500 people looked on with faces full of shock. What terrifying strength! Yin Xianfeng is ranked 20th among the heavens' favorites. How could he be defeated so easily? He injured 8 disciples of the 6 element sect in one move. Now, he defeated Yin Xianfeng in 2 moves. Where did he come from? Why haven't I heard of him before? No wonder he was invited by the second prince. His strength can already be ranked on the heavens' favorites list. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Wang Xian and Yin Xianfeng, exclaiming in surprise. The strength that Wang Xian displayed was too strong. His strength is something that even Su Wanling can't match up to, right? A young man looked at Wang Xian, who was standing there with an indifferent expression, and said heavily. When everyone in the banquet heard his words, they nodded their heads slightly. Su Wanling was ranked 18th on the prodigy roll, but the strength displayed by the young man was definitely stronger than his. Humph, he's just a bloodline cultivator. After all, there's a limit. When Su Wanling heard this, his face slightly displeased as he lightly snorted and coldly said, Bloodline cultivator? He's a bloodline cultivator? The surrounding people were slightly stunned as they came to a sudden realization. No wonder, from their conversation just now, that young man came from a weak country. He shouldn't have such terrifying strength. So he's a bloodline cultivator. I don't know what level of bloodline he has, but that young man might be in trouble. Some people looked at Yin Xianfeng, whose arm had disappeared. Yin Xianfeng's face was extremely ferocious, and his eyes were full of killing intent. They knew that this matter would not be resolved so easily. In the territory of the 6 element sect, they had severely injured their disciple and wiped out one of their most outstanding disciples. Call the elders in the villa over. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. The short-haired young man who had been sitting beside Yin Xianfeng stood up and stared at Wang Xian with a grave expression. You hurt people in the territory of our 6 element sect. You don't put us in your eyes. The short-haired young man looked at Wang Xian expressionlessly and said in a deep voice, if the people of your 6 element sect want to kill me, would I put you in my eyes? Wang Xian revealed a mocking look in his eyes as he walked towards them slowly. The short-haired young man narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Wang Xian. Hua hua hua. Who dares to cause trouble in the territory of our six-element sect? At this moment, a cold voice covered the entire area. The sound of footsteps was heard. Everyone was slightly shocked as they quickly looked forward. A middle-aged man was holding a long spear in his hand as he flew towards them with a cold expression. Below them, 20 to 30 disciples of the six-element sect were holding weapons in their hands as they walked towards them aggressively. Void interpretation expert. When they saw the middle-aged man in the sky, everyone's gaze froze slightly. Elder, it's this guy. It's this guy. Not only did he heavily injure us, but he also crippled one of senior brother Yin's arms. Elder, you have to avenge us. A young man who was lying on the ground shouted at the middle-aged man in the sky with a pale face. He pointed at Wang Xian, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Huh. The middle-aged man swept his gaze across the area. When his gaze landed on Yin Xianfeng, his expression slowly turned cold as he stared at Wang Xian. It has been a long time since someone dared to cause trouble in the territory of our six-element sect. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian and spoke slowly. Hee. Wang Xian stared at the middle-aged man who was floating in the air and sneered. Hua hua hua. At this moment, a group of disciples under the middle-aged elder of the Six Elements sect came to Wang Xian's side. They surrounded him and locked onto him with a murderous aura. Wang Xian's expression did not change. He clenched his fists slightly. He was not afraid of an expert at the first level of the see-through realm. He was so agitated that he fled after a round of slaughter. Boom, boom, boom. What happened? Just as the atmosphere froze and was about to explode at any moment, a slight tremor came from the ground in the distance. The second prince's voice rang out. The second prince is here? Everyone looked over. Even the people from the six-element sect turned their heads over. Hiss, what's that? This. All of the second prince's subordinates have mounts, and they are all powerful black shadow leopards. This? There are 4 half-step void interpretation experts, and around 10 transcendents at level 9. These people are stronger than the first prince and the 8th prince's subordinates, but the most terrifying thing is that the second prince actually got so many mounts. This almost doubled the second prince's power. The black shadow leopard the second prince is riding is at half-step void interpretation. Hiss, is this the second prince's power? It is definitely the strongest among all the princes. When everyone saw the second prince riding the black shadow leopard and rushing over with his subordinates, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were extremely shocked by the second prince's power. Even Su Wenling's face was full of shock. Prince Long Xiaotian, the six-element sect's elder who was floating in the sky, landed on the ground and greeted the second prince. Second prince. The rest of the people also stood up and shouted with flickering eyes. Huh, what's going on? Long Xiaotian could feel the frozen atmosphere around him. He frowned and asked with a hint of killing intent. Second prince, this kid injured my arm and severely injured my junior brothers. Today, I want to keep him here. When Yin Xianfeng saw the second prince, his expression was still ferocious. He pointed at Wang Xian and shouted loudly. Oh, brother Yin Xianfeng, who dares to? Long Xiaotian raised his eyebrows and looked over. However, when he was halfway through his sentence, he was stunned and looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. In an instant, his expression changed. His body moved, and he jumped down from the black shadow leopard. He quickly walked to Wang Xian's side. Brother Wang Xian, are you all right? What happened? He walked to Wang Xian's side with a sullen face and asked hurriedly. The second prince suddenly walked towards Wang Xian, causing everyone to be slightly stunned. They looked at this scene in astonishment. I'm fine. I have some enmity with them. They want to keep me here. When Wang Xian saw Long Xiaotian walking over, a smile appeared on his face. Keep me here? When Long Xiaotian heard Wang Xian's words, his face turned cold instantly. He wanted to keep Wang Xian here. Moreover, it was happening in his banquet hall. This made Long Xiaotian extremely embarrassed. Who was Wang Xian? He was Wind Salt Town's savior, Long Xiaotian's lucky star, and the thigh that he swore to hug. Now, there was actually someone in his banquet hall who wanted to keep this thigh of his? Chapter 1197. Under the Rage of Prince Snow. He, Long Xiaotian, held this banquet mainly for the purpose of roping in some heaven's favored sons and some powerful subordinates. However, if he offended Wang Xian because of this banquet, then this banquet wouldn't be worth it at all. In his opinion, even if all the people present surrendered to his subordinates, they wouldn't be as important as Wang Xian. Putting aside the powerful alchemy master, his unbelievable beast-taming ability was simply heaven-defying. Long Xiaotian had already fantasized about it for the past 2 days. When he got to know Wang Xian better, he would ask him to train a batch of ferocious beasts for him. When the time came, he would build a strong cavalry battle team which could almost rival the top battle team of the Guanglong Kingdom. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but grin while he was sleeping. Now, Yin Xianfeng and the people of the Six Element sect wanted to keep him here. Long Xiaotian didn't need to think to know the meaning of staying. He looked at Yin Xianfeng with a gloomy face. Yin Xianfeng was slightly stunned when he saw Long Xiaotian's expression, but he didn't think too much about it. Second Prince, we must give an explanation for his contempt for our Six Element sect today. As he spoke, he looked at the middle-aged elder at the side. He dared to seriously injure our disciple in our Six Element sect's territory. If we don't kill him, he really thinks that our Six Element sect is easy to bully. The elder of the Six Element sect said slowly with an expressionless face. Brother, today, this is the banquet venue of our Light Dragon Dynasty's second prince. As soon as the middle-aged elder of the Six Elements sect finished speaking, Bai Qingshan, who was wearing a white robe, slowly walked out and stared at him as he said faintly, "Huh." The middle-aged elder of the Six Elements sect was slightly stunned as he looked at Bai Qingshan in surprise. Yin Xianfeng, do you know that he is a friend that I personally invited to the banquet that I'm holding here today? You want to fucking keep the person that I invited? Are you courting death? At this moment, Long Xiaotian's mouth suddenly burst out words that stunned everyone. Bang! However, what shocked everyone even more was that his figure moved and his fist landed heavily on Yin Xianfeng's face. In an instant, Yin Xianfeng was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect that the second prince would actually attack him. He was the target that all the princes of the Light Dragon Dynasty had been fighting to recruit, but now, the second prince had directly attacked him without giving him any face. The powerful force caused his face to twist slightly and his head to be in a daze. This force was not small at all. His arm had already been chopped off, and he was even sent flying backward, flying more than 10 meters away. Bang! His body landed heavily on the ground. Everyone was stunned. The second prince actually beat up Yin Xianfeng? This? You don't know whether you're dead or alive. If I find out that you're secretly dealing with Brother Wang Xian in the future, be careful of your dog life. Long Xiaotian didn't give him any face and said directly. Yin Xianfeng, who was knocked to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard his words. This? Everyone from the Six Element sect gulped and looked at the elder. The middle-aged elder from the Six Element sect slowly frowned. He looked at the white-robed void interpretation expert who was staring at him with a smile on his face, and then at the second prince who had an icy expression on his face. His expression was somewhat awkward. He knew that the disciples of Yin Xianfeng had provoked the wrong person this time. That young man was obviously highly valued by the second prince. He didn't even give the Six Element sect any face. Phew! The middle-aged elder of the Six Element sect took a deep breath and said, Second Prince, it's our Six Element sect's fault for this matter. I'm here to apologize to you. I hope you won't be angry. As he spoke, he cupped his hands slightly. The Six Element sect couldn't afford to offend the Light Dragon Empire. There was a high chance that the second prince in front of them would become the king of the Light Dragon Empire. They could not afford to offend him. Therefore, they could only apologize. The people who were invited by the second prince also took a deep breath. Their eyes landed on Wang Xian. Who was he exactly? How could he make the second prince want to help him vent his anger by offending the sixth element sect? Some people thought to themselves, "Please take the people of your sixth element sect away." Long Xiaotian looked at the elders of the sixth element sect with a sullen face and said directly, "Yes, our sixth element sect will waive the expenses for this banquet. Consider it as an apology to the second prince." The middle-aged elder of the sixth element sect squeezed out a smile and said. Long Xiaotian ignored him and walked directly to Wang Xian's side. A hint of bitterness appeared on his face. "Brother Wang Xian, did I disturb your mood?" "No, it's fine. I might have disturbed your business." Wang Xian looked at the disciples of the six elements sect who were carried away and shook his head. "How can that be? It's my fault for not entertaining them properly. Come. Long Xiaotian heaved a sigh of relief and gestured for Wang Xian to take a seat at the side. He looked around and cupped his hands. "Everyone, I'm really sorry for not entertaining them properly. I didn't expect some unpleasant things to happen in the short period of time that I was away. Everyone, I'm sorry. Let me introduce to everyone. These 56 people are my brothers who followed me." Long Xiaotian was obviously very good at dealing with situations. In just a few short sentences, he skipped over the previous incident and introduced his subordinates. He didn't introduce Wang Xian because he had his own selfish motives. He didn't want his brothers to know that if they knew that Wang Xian was a powerful beast tamer, they might invite him with a huge sum of money. His relationship with Wang Xian wasn't that deep yet. He was afraid that the man whom he had finally met would run away. Wang Xian didn't mind either. He sat at the side and watched with a smile. However, at this moment, everyone paid a lot of attention to the young man who caused the second prince to fall out with the six-element sect. How can a bloodline cultivator be so important to the second prince? How is this possible? Sitting opposite him, Su Wanling looked at Wang Xian, who was sitting next to the second prince, with a gloomy face. After seeing the second prince's strength, Su Wanling had already decided to join him and take a gamble. Just now, the second prince was sitting next to him and spoke with great sincerity to rope him in. But now, the second prince was sitting next to a bloodline cultivator, and he even whispered to him from time to time. Obviously, he didn't want to be ignored. What kind of treatment did this young man have? Su Wanling was extremely depressed and sat there without saying a word with an embarrassed expression. The second prince, Long Xiaotian, and that kid. At this moment, in a room in the villa, In Xianfeng was sitting on the bed with a ferocious expression, holding his arm and growling. "Don't do stupid things. Long Xiaotian is not someone you can provoke." The short-haired young man saw his expression and reminded him coldly. "I'm not reconciled. No matter what, In Xianfeng, am a favored son of heaven. Long Xiaotian is not giving me face." In Xianfeng's expression changed drastically, and then he narrowed his eyes like a poisonous snake. The eighth prince and the second prince have never been on good terms. Today's humiliation, I'll make sure you never get the throne. With the eighth prince around, even if I find an opportunity to kill that kid, the second prince can't do anything to me. Chapter 1198, Female Sword Cultivator. The second prince's banquet slowly came to an end. The people who came to attend the banquet today were filled with shock. They were shocked by the second prince's powerful strength and the young man who caused the second prince to turn against the six-element sect. But no matter what, the entire banquet went very smoothly. After seeing the second prince's power, many people were extremely moved. The powerful beast's mounts were beyond everyone's expectations. "Brother Wang Xian, I'm really sorry about today." "It's all right. Brother Long Xiaotian, if you need to refine elixirs in the future, you can come and look for me. It's still the same price." Wang Xian walked out from the villa of the banquet. He and Long Xiaotian walked out side by side and chatted. "Haha, of course that." Long Xiaotian laughed out loud. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Brother Wang Xian, you should know that I'm competing for the position of the crown prince now. I won't hide it from you. Brother Wang Xian, can you help me tame some ferocious beasts in the future?" "Brother, don't worry. I'll definitely give you a lot of spirit stones." As he spoke, he looked at Wang Xian expectantly. "Sure, no problem." Wang Xian agreed without a second thought. Taming ferocious beasts was very easy for him. Naturally, he would be very happy to use the ferocious beasts to exchange for the spiritual liquid. All right. Thank you, Brother Wang Xian. If I can reach the top in the future, I will definitely repay you well." Long Xiaotian nodded excitedly when he heard his agreement. He could not help but laugh out loud. What is the relationship between the second prince and that young man? Why are they so close? Why do I feel that the second prince is trying to curry favor with that young man on purpose? He even poured wine for him during the banquet? Could it be that this young man's background is not simple? He is very strong and can be ranked on the prodigy roll. At the back, the people who were attending the banquet were watching in astonishment as they discussed in low voices. "Oh right, Brother Long Xiaotian, please help me find a place to stay. It would be best if it's a secluded and isolated courtyard." Wang Xian and Long Xiaotian were flying in the sky. After thinking for a while, they spoke to him. What's wrong, brother? Isn't it good for you to stay at our place?" Long Xiaotian was stunned for a moment before he replied hurriedly. "It's a little inconvenient. I like to live alone, and I might have to stay here for the next period of time. Therefore, I want to find a place to live alone." Wang Xian shook his head and explained immediately. "Then, Brother Wang Xian, please wait for a moment. I will get someone to find a place for you to live alone immediately." Long Xiaotian nodded his head slightly. He immediately sent a few messages through the communication stone plate. What Wang Xian did not expect was that when they had just returned to the island of the Guanglong dynasty, the place he wanted had already been found. "Second Prince, there is a suitable house in the pine poplar forest. We have already bought it." An old man came forward and reported to Long Xiaotian. "Pine and poplar forest? Sure. That place is not bad. Brother Wang Xian, I will bring you there to take a look immediately." Long Xiaotian nodded his head in satisfaction. "All right, sorry to trouble you. If you need anything in the future, contact me through the communication stone plate. I will definitely not decline if I can help you." Wang Xian promised Long Xiaotian when he saw how helpful he was. After knowing Long Xiaotian for the past few days, Wang Xian was very satisfied with his character and actions. In addition, his personality was very appetizing. Wang Xian did not mind making him a friend. Since they were friends, Wang Xian would definitely not be stingy if he could help. Haha, all right. Brother Wang Xian, if you have any matters here, feel free to look for me. I, Long Xiaotian, will definitely not decline." Long Xiaotian patted his chest excitedly when he heard Wang Xian's words. Wang Xian smiled. Under the lead of the old man, the two of them flew towards the location in front of them. "Second Prince, this young master, this is the place. Pine and poplar forest. This is the construction of the Snow Moon Empire. It can be considered a better place to stay in the cemetery of the human and demon." The few of them came to the front of a patch of forest. It was different from the forest in the cemetery of the human and demon. It was a type of green tree that emitted a faint fragrance. Below them was a group of courtyards with about 100 rooms. The old man brought them to the front of a courtyard and took out the key to open the door. The environment in the small courtyard was elegant and very beautiful. A pine and poplar tree that was more than 10 meters tall covered more than half of the courtyard. The courtyard was very large. There were 5 to 6 houses, and some ordinary spiritual herbs were planted at the entrance. There was a small river around the courtyard. There were some fish swimming in it. Wang Xian was very satisfied after taking a look. "Thank you, Brother Long Xiaotian. I'll stay here tonight," Wang Xian said directly. All right. Brother Wang Xian, if you need anything, you can come and look for me." Long Xiaotian nodded. Following that, they returned to the island of the Guanglong dynasty. Wang Xian rode the spirit Zelene back. The surrounding environment of the pine and poplar forest was very good. There was an empty space in front of the courtyard, and there were also courtyards nearby. Those who could live here were not ordinary members of the mercenary group. Wang Xian opened the door and entered. The spirit Zelene strolled around in the courtyard. Wang Xian ignored it. He walked into the room and took a look. He took out Long Xiaoyan's communication stone plate and began to check out the situation of the cemetery of the human and demon. His original purpose of coming to the tomb of the human demon was to obtain a large amount of spiritual liquid. Now, it was time for him to take action. The training ground of the Bloodstream sect, the training ground of the Bloodstream sect, the main hall of the Bloodstream sect, and the Heaven's Pride stage of the Bloodstream sect. Wang Xian looked at the most important places in the tomb of the human demon. He was deep in thought as he thought about which place to go first. Wah 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 wah. Roar. Roar, roar. Just as Wang Xian was looking through the documents, he heard a roar from the side. He was slightly stunned as he looked over quickly. Beside the wall, Ling Zelene was biting a small demonic beast cub. This little guy was like a dog. He had a black and white face with a white dot between his eyebrows. Oh woo! The demonic beast cub was bitten by Ling Zelene, and it let out a painful cry. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. Where did this demonic beast cub come from? Xiaoha. At this moment, a woman suddenly jumped onto the wall. When she saw Ling Zelene biting her pet, her expression changed drastically. She moved her arm and a long sword appeared in her hand. A sharp light pointed straight at Ling Zelene. Put Xiaoha down. Roar. Ling Zelene saw a woman attacking it, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. He let out a low roar, and a ferocious aura was emitted slowly. Zelene, let go. Wang Xian looked over and ordered Ling Zelene. He looked at the woman and said, Beauty, this is my home. Take care of your pet. Otherwise, it will be eaten by my mount. Take good care of your pet too. Don't let it run past the yard. The lady's entire body was extremely cold. She was like a sharp long sword as she spoke to Wang Xian coldly. Wah. The demonic beast cub that came out of Ling Zelene's mouth ran into the lady's arms and cried out in grievance. Chapter 1199. Dongshu Mansion. My pet is very obedient. Wang Xian looked at the lady's cold expression and said faintly. Humph. The lady snorted coldly. She took a glance at the Ling Zelene and jumped down from the wall. Wang Xian shook his head. He didn't take this arrogant, cold, and unreasonable lady to heart. Let's go to the tomb of the transvestite. The sky had already turned dark. Wang Xian didn't take it to heart and walked out directly. In the territory of the cemetery of demihumans and demons, there was no distinction between day and night. To the strong ones, the dark night couldn't obstruct their vision. Wang Xian let Ling Zelene lie in the courtyard. His body moved, and he flew out. At night, there were at least 100,000 people flying in the sky. They were densely packed. Wang Xian could even see that there were more than 10 people fighting in the sky. Furthermore, they were fighting with their lives on the line. As expected of the graveyard of demons and men, there is no order at all. The strong ones can kill whoever they want here. Wang Xian thought to himself as he headed straight for the center of the human territory. There was a huge building there. This building was the largest in this area and was very eye-catching. That was the Demon Hunter Mercenary Association. This Demon Hunter Mercenary Association was definitely the largest mercenary association in the entire Luhai region. It was jointly established by all the dynasties and mercenary associations in the Luhai region thousands of years ago. The entire mercenary association could hold at least 100,000 people without appearing crowded. Wang Xian flew over and looked around. There were 2 more eye-catching shops around the mercenary association, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. These 2 behemoths occupied a very good position. Wang Xian entered the Demon Hunters Association. There were many people there. There were people who received missions, commissions, and members of the mercenary group. Wang Xian glanced around and walked to the front of the service counter. I accept the mission to hunt demonic beasts. Currently, the Fairy Phoenix Demon Hunters Association was a 2-star gold mercenary group. Every time the mercenary group leveled up, he would receive a reward from the system. Therefore, Wang Xian was prepared to accept some missions. The mission of hunting demonic beasts was a mission that all mercenary groups would accept. There was no commission for this mission, but there were a lot of mission points. Hello, young master. This is the demon spirit token. Every time you kill a demonic beast, the demon spirit sect will record it automatically. The more demonic beasts you kill, the more points you will receive. At the same time, there is a ranking list of demon beasts killed in the demon spirit sect to show the strength of your demon hunter team. The staff member passed a token to him. Wang Xian took it and looked at the demon spirit sect. The Blood Flow God sect's mercenary team killed 3,252 demon beasts. Wang Xian looked at the number 1 mercenary team with a hint of surprise on his face. However, following that, Wang Xian kept it and looked at the mission list. The top-ranked 3-star epic level mission was to kill the king of the blood barbarians, Oakley. The reward was 10 cities, an honorary prince of the Blood Flow Empire, and 10 billion upper-grade spirit stones. The top 5 missions were all epic level missions. All of them were to kill the king of the demonic beasts in the human demon graveyard. Wang Xian looked down. There were all kinds of missions. He took a look. There are so many missions to collect the pets of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts. The commission is also quite high. Wang Xian looked at the dozens of missions in a row and made a mental note in his heart. He did not accept them. After looking at them, he walked out. According to the information Long Xiaotian gave me, the 4 great trial grounds are one place to obtain the spiritual liquid. In addition, there is also the mansion left behind by the insightful emptiness realm experts. Wang Xian flew into the sky and headed south according to the information Long Xiaotian gave him. To the east was the ocean, and to the west was the forest. In front of him was the ruins of the Bloodstream sect, the real battlefield of the cemetery of human and demon. Humans occupied the north, demonic beasts occupied the south, and the cemetery of human and demon was sandwiched in the middle. Suspended in the sky, under the moonlight, the ocean on the right was slightly red, like a huge blood pool. The trees on the left were hundreds of meters tall, towering into the sky. Wang Xian looked ahead and saw dilapidated buildings appearing in his line of sight. After flying for more than 10 minutes, mountain peaks appeared in front of him. The mountain peaks were located in the middle of the forest, and many of the mountain peaks were filled with dilapidated buildings. We're here. Before he could get close to the mountain peaks from afar, Wang Xian could feel a murderous aura. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately landed on the ground. In the real battlefield of the human demon graveyard, very few people dared to fly. This was because once one entered this place, one could be ambushed by ferocious beasts or demon beasts at any time. There were many demon beasts here. Almost 50% of the demon beasts in the Flowing Sea region were here. According to human speculation, there were at least hundreds of thousands of demon beasts in the nest of the demon beasts in the south. Just like humans, they established tribes and races. In order to increase their strength and increase the strength of their races, they entered this place to hunt humans. Wang Xian landed on the ground. The ground was even redder than where he came from and emitted a strong bloody smell. The ground was extremely sturdy. It was obvious that it had been struck by a terrifying force. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and noticed that there were a few people looking at him from not far away. His eyes were flickering. In the tomb of the human demon race, not only do I have to be careful of demonic beasts, I also have to be careful of my own kind. Killing and snatching treasures, killing one's own kind. These were the bad roots of humans. Wang Xian did not bother about those few people. He took out the map and flew straight ahead. The entire tomb of the human demon race occupied the territory of the forest and the ocean. It had an area of about 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. It was extremely huge. In this area, there were over 1,000 mansions of void interpretation experts. Most of them had been hollowed out. However, there were still some mansions of void interpretation experts. Due to the chaotic formation, no one was able to enter. Wang Xian's first target was those mansions of void interpretation experts. The chaotic formation was a formation. After a few thousand years, The collapse of the mansions of void interpretation experts caused the formation to intersect. Some of the formations dissipated immediately, but some of the formations intersected by chance, forming a more complicated formation. It was like clothes that were messed up. Countless warriors wanted to break the formation and enter the Dongshu mansion that was covered by the chaotic formation. Wang Xian's first target was there because of his supernatural ability. No formation. No formation. No formation. Opening his dragon eyes of light and dark fire, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and dashed forward quickly. He didn't fly. Only experts at the 4th or 5th level of the Dongshu were fearless here. Those below the 4th level of the Dongshu were more low-key. Up ahead is the mansion of the Bloodstream sect's ancient adage. It is now covered by a chaotic formation. After dashing for about half an hour, he met dozens of groups of people along the way. Looking ahead, Wang Xian looked at a mountain peak that was 100 meters in size. The mountain peak was not big. It was not even as tall as the surrounding trees. However, there was a mansion of a powerhouse here. Chapter 1200. Entered easily. Phew, let's go. There's no way to break the formation inside. On the contrary, we almost died inside. A formation at the insightful void level coupled with the residual energy of the mineral vein underground. It's impossible to break it by force. Even a formation master wouldn't be able to break such a chaotic formation. A formation that can remain here for thousands of years is indeed not something that we can break. Wang Xian approached the mansion of the former Bloodstream sect's ancient proverb expert. 5 to 6 middle-aged elders walked out from the mansion and shook their heads helplessly. When they saw Wang Xian, they glanced at him and ignored him. They left immediately. Looks like there are quite a number of people here. Wang Xian looked over. When he walked over, he noticed that there were 400 to 500 people around him. Among this group of people, the weakest one was at level 7 of the supernatural realm. The mountain peak covered an area of about 1 kilometer. The entire mountain peak was flashing with a blue light. Wang Xian looked over and realized that the power of the formation had completely blocked his light and dark fire dragon eyes. When Wang Xian got closer, the surroundings of the mountain peak were in a mess. A few large holes had been dug into the ground. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom. Clearly, someone wanted to burrow in from the ground. The surrounding trees had long been destroyed. A group of people surrounded the mountain peak and tried to enter from all sorts of places. In the center, there was an entrance with the words Ancient Proverb Mansion written on it. At the entrance, there was a strong wave of water energy. Several middle-aged men tried to enter, but they were instantly ejected. There was also a group of people standing there to break the array. Buzz. Haha, 3 layers have been broken, and there are 5 more. At this moment, an excited voice came from the entrance. Hiss, Master Huazhenzi from the Spirit Array sect has broken through 3 layers. What great strength! The Spirit Array sect has broken through 7 or 8 of the Void Interpretation Experts' mansions here. Their gains are simply heaven-defying. This ancient Proverbs mansions might really have been broken by them. It's possible. If I remember correctly, Master Huazhenzi used only half a month to crack 3 layers of the formation. Discussions could be heard from the surroundings. Some people's eyes were flickering. However, when they saw more than a dozen people from the Spirit Formation sect standing around, and there were even experts at the first level of the Voidwalkers, the greed in their eyes was hidden. Wang Xian looked over. An old man was holding a formation compass in his hand as he continued to crack the chaotic formation. It was obvious that he had already entered the formation. Boom! Wang Xian walked straight towards him. However, before he could reach him, a loud sound was heard. The formation that was standing at the entrance suddenly shook. The water currents condensed into a poisonous snake and landed directly on the body of Master Huazhenzi. A terrifying force landed on his body. Under the gaze of everyone around, the body of Master Huazhenzi exploded and turned into a stream of blood mist that landed on the ground. Everyone was slightly shocked and shook their heads slowly. Master, Elder Hua. Outside, The expressions of more than 10 people from the Spirit Array sect changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted out loud, and their expressions were extremely ugly. 1 second ago, they were still happy. However, the next second, they were crushed into a bloody mist by the terrifying array formation. Wang Xian was slightly shocked as well. His eyes flickered as he looked at the array formation at the entrance. He looked around and walked straight ahead. He took out a formation compass in a pretentious manner. There's another person who wants to break the formation at the entrance. Who is this young man? Is he from the Spirit Formation sect? When Wang Xian walked to the front of the entrance, some people around him looked over and revealed astonished expressions. Go. Follow the route your master took to break the formation and bring his interspatial ring over. At the entrance, an elder glanced at Wang Xian and ignored him. He spoke to a young man directly. It's an elder. The young man's eyes were slightly red as he nodded. He took the array compass and walked inside carefully. Stand here and don't move. Don't activate the array. The young man walked to the front of the array. When he saw Wang Xian walking over, he turned around with a cold face and shouted. Wang Xian took a glance at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. Stop right there. Wait for our people to retrieve the interspatial ring before you go over. Behind him, a few people from the Spirit Array sect also warned Wang Xian. The most taboo thing to do when breaking a formation was to have someone beside you. If the person beside him were to trigger the formation, the other person would be implicated as well. When the Spirit Array sect was breaking the formation earlier, it prevented the surrounding people from breaking it through the entrance. Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders slightly and looked at the young man beside him. Do you need me to help you take it out? The young man was slightly stunned when he heard Wang Xian's words. Following that, his expression turned even colder. You think you can enter the ancient proverb mansion with just your abilities? Get lost. The young man was in a very bad mood and shouted directly. Kid, get out. Otherwise, there will be another corpse here. The other middle-aged man from the Spirit Formation sect took a step towards Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke. Hee. When Wang Xian heard their words, his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. A bunch of trash. He spoke indifferently and walked straight in. You're courting death. When the middle-aged man heard Wang Xian's words, his eyes revealed killing intent. The long sword in his hand did not hesitate, and he stabbed directly. He would kill without any hesitation. This was the graveyard of the demi-humans. The strong would be the king. The burial ground of the weak. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with contempt. He ignored him and walked straight ahead. Buzz. After entering the formation, Wang Xian didn't feel any hindrance. The attacks from behind landed directly on the formation, creating faint ripples. The middle-aged man who was attacking was slightly stunned. Everyone around him was stunned as they watched this scene. How? How is this possible? How could he enter the formation so easily? The young man who was standing at the side was stunned. His master, the master of formations, had used half a month to break through 3 formations. The first layer of formations had also taken 2 days. How could he enter the formation so easily? However, what shocked everyone even more was that Wang Xian walked straight to the front. He walked straight to the side of the interspatial ring and picked it up. Then, he continued to walk forward. What? How is this possible? How did he pass through one formation after another? Everyone around was in shock. Even the people from the Spirit Formation sect widened their eyes. The people from the Spirit Formation sect were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They watched as Wang Xian picked up the interspatial ring and entered it directly. They recalled Wang Xian's words just now. Should they help you pick it up? However, their reaction was disdain. They told him to get lost. However, now, the other party had just walked in just like that. A slap to the face. It was a blatant slap to the face. How is this possible? The Spirit Formation sect has used half a month to crack it, and Master Hua Jinzi died inside. How did he enter so easily? The people around were shocked. Someone is about to enter the old Sang mansion. Another mansion has been occupied by someone. Everyone around looked at Wang Xian's disappearing figure with an awkward expression. Guard here. I don't know what method this kid used to enter. Even if he has the life to enter, he must have the life to take the treasure away. The people from the Spirit Array sect all had gloomy expressions. The void interpretation expert, standing in the middle, said coldly. Chapter 1201. Treasures. In the human demon tomb, next to the ancient proverb mansion of the insightful emptiness realm expert, everyone from the Spirit Array sect stood at the entrance of the cave mansion with cold gazes. The rest of the people were also surrounding the ancient proverb mansion as they waited for Wang Xian to come over. The weak were innocent and would be punished for possessing treasures. The weak were not qualified to possess treasures. They are guarding the surroundings one by one. Wang Xian turned his head and looked over. His eyes revealed a cold expression. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the front of the cave. After entering the interior of the mansion, there was a different world inside. The entire mountain peak was completely empty. Inside was a training ground. The area above had collapsed. However, due to the protection of the formation, the interior was extremely clean. Upon entering the interior, Wang Xian could clearly sense that the spiritual energy was several times stronger than the outside. The former bloodstream sect was built on a mineral vein. Although the mineral vein had been dug out, its foundation was still intact. After walking for about 100 meters, a hall of the cave abode appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. In the middle of the hall, there was a futon. Near the wall, there were tables, chairs, and benches. It was obvious that the futon was used to entertain guests. Even after thousands of years, they were still undamaged. I wonder what treasures are inside. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately cast his dragon eyes of fire and darkness and scanned his surroundings. This futon is a treasure. Wang Xian looked at the futon that was sitting cross-legged in the middle of his training. His body moved, and he flew over directly. With a wave of his arm, he grabbed the futon in his hand. TSK, the futon that is used to assist in training, is comparable to a weapon at the half-step void interpretation level. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. As expected of the mansion of a void interpretation expert, any one of the items was not cheap at all. After keeping the futon in his interspatial ring, Wang Xian swept his gaze across the hall once again. There were no valuable items in the entire hall. He looked up. There were stone caves at the top of the hall. The largest one was in the middle. Wang Xian flew up and pushed open the stone door in the middle. Boom, boom. The stone door opened, and Wang Xian looked inside. It should be the resting place of the strong ancient adage. There was a 1-meter-sized spiritual tree in front of the bed. However, it had already withered. He glanced around and frowned slightly. There was nothing there. He walked out of the stone door in the middle and came to the left. The moment he opened it, the stench of corrosion came from inside. Wang Xian frowned slightly and looked inside. There were 3-meter-long bodies of ferocious beasts lying inside. Ferocious beasts that were at least at the half-step void interpretation level had starved to death inside. Don't tell me there aren't any treasures? Wang Xian revealed a helpless expression as he walked into the third stone cave. Boom. When Wang Xian pushed open the door, he frowned again. Bones, human bones. Moreover, it was the bones of a woman. There were more than a dozen of them. It seems like this insightful emptiness realm expert is not a good person. He has imprisoned so many women. Wang Xian took a glance and walked towards the last 2 caves. Buzz. When Wang Xian pushed open the 4th cave, a strong spiritual energy rushed over. He was delighted and quickly entered the cave. It was a small herb garden. The entire herb garden was covered by a formation. A strong surge of spiritual energy came from within. There was a pond in the middle with half of the water in it. A strong surge of spiritual energy came from the water. All of them are elixirs above transcendent level 8. Haha, there are more than 200 stocks of them. Not bad, not bad. Wang Xian laughed. More than 200 stalks of spiritual herbs were enough to extract more than 100,000 dragon crystals. After storing all the spiritual herbs into his spiritual bag, Wang Xian walked towards the last cave. I hope there are some good things inside. Otherwise, the cave abode of a void interpretation stage powerhouse would be too shabby. As Wang Xian spoke, he opened the last cave. Clang, 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 clang. The moment the door was opened, the sound of metal colliding could be heard from inside. Wang Xian looked over and was pleasantly surprised. Weapons. The last cave was filled with all kinds of weapons. In the middle of the cave, there was a red water table. Beside the water table, there was a pile of neatly arranged metals. There were all kinds of metals. The lowest grade of the metals was Transcendent Level 9. There were even quite a number of metals at the first level of the Void Interpretation stage. On the wall, there were 10 weapons at the first level of the See-Through realm. The rest were all above Transcendent Level 8. There were more than 100 of them. Wang Xian grinned. He didn't expect this old saying to be a master of water refining. Not bad, not bad. These weapons can be sold for a lot of money. Moreover, these metals can be refined into weapons themselves. Furthermore, they are the type of set equipment. Wang Xian kept them into his interspatial ring directly. Oh right, there's also that Master Hua Jinzi's interspatial ring. Wang Xian thought of the interspatial ring that he picked up on the way in and took a look at it immediately. 8,000 drops of spiritual liquid. It's really poor. There are 2 spell formations of level 8 and 1 of level 9 transcendence. It's still average. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes. The income from this trip could be exchanged for at least 5 million spiritual liquid. TSK. It seems that I will be able to advance to level 9 of the extraordinary soon. Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh. His dragon eyes of light and dark fire scanned the surroundings. When he realized that no treasures had fallen, he walked toward the entrance. They actually surrounded the entire area. Wang Xian looked outside. At the entrance, the people from the Spirit Array sect were staring at him coldly. He frowned slightly. There was a void interpretation expert outside, and there were quite a number of half-step void interpretation experts. Although it was not to the extent of leaving him here, it was still very troublesome. Let's go out from somewhere else. Wang Xian thought for a moment and came to the opposite side of the entrance. With a wave of his hand, a beam of golden light shot towards the mountain peak. Whoosh! When the golden light landed on the mountain peak, it dissipated immediately, revealing the protective formation. Wang Xian's figure moved and flew out directly. The surroundings of the ancient proverb mansion had already been surrounded by hundreds of people. The moment Wang Xian dashed out, he attracted the attention of more than 100 people around him. He's out. Kill him. This guy must have obtained a lot of treasures in there. Leave him alone. 2 roars were heard. In an instant, the eyes of the 2 half-step void interpretation experts who were closest to Wang Xian revealed an excited look as they attacked him directly. You really think I'm easy to bully? Wang Xian's eyes were filled with a cold glint. He shook his hands, and a ray of golden light and a red and blue ball of light shot towards the 2 void interpretation experts who were close to him. Boom. Buzz. 2 unique sounds were heard as they attacked the 2 of them instantly. The 2 of them hurriedly brandished their weapons and slashed towards Wang Xian's attack. However, a miserable scream was heard in an instant. As the golden stream swept past, half of the body of the insightful emptiness realm expert disappeared. He fell to the ground with serious injuries. As for the other expert, he was torn into pieces under the attack of the extreme explosion of ice and fire. Chapter 1202. The mansion was my treasure trove. What? So powerful. So powerful. One of the 2 half-step void interpretation experts was severely injured while the other was killed directly. Hiss! Such terrifying strength. The miserable shrieks rang out, causing everyone who was about to chase after Wang Xian to freeze. Their faces were filled with shock. The momentum of their pursuit immediately stopped. They couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Who is he? He instantly injured a half-step void interpretation expert and killed one. Is he a void interpretation expert? Everyone who was about to ambush and kill Wang Xian stopped as cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. If they had charged faster just now, they might have died. Boom! At this moment, the void interpretation expert from the Spirit Array sect rushed over. When he saw Wang Xian's attack, his pupils constricted slightly. To kill two insightful void martial artists in an instant, this strength was definitely not something that anyone below the insightful void martial artist could achieve. As expected, to be able to enter the ancient proverb mansion, he is not an ordinary powerhouse. The insightful void martial artist from the Spirit Array sect also stopped. Looking at Wang Xian's disappearing figure, his eyes kept flickering. If the other party concealed his strength, even if he were to chase after him, he would not be able to stop him. He might even be in danger. In front of the ancient proverb mansion, a few hundred people saw Wang Xian entering the mansion. They charged out and left in a carefree manner. Next, let's go to Blackcloud Castle. Wang Xian sensed that no one was chasing after him. He took out a map and made a cross at the location of the ancient proverb mansion, encircling Blackcloud Castle. Blackcloud Castle, the second chaotic formation mansion. Compared to the ancient proverb mansion, Blackcloud Castle was much larger. Blackcloud Castle was only 100 kilometers away from here. Wang Xian dashed forward and soon arrived in front of Blackcloud Castle. Compared to the chaotic formation mansion, there were more people around Blackcloud Castle. The entire castle occupied an area of about 3 to 4 kilometers. This was not a castle on the ground, but a castle that was more than half sunk into the ground. About 10 meters above the castle, dark clouds covered it. Half of the castle had been destroyed, and the chaotic array formation had formed a chaotic mansion. For thousands of years, no one had been able to enter. Even a transcendent level 5 or 6 expert wouldn't be able to break in. If the chaotic array formation was attacked with a powerful external force, it might cause a backlash from the array formation. The explosion of the array formation would blow up the entire mansion. At that time, all the treasures inside would be turned into ruins. A few days ago, there were still experts who tried to barge in with their powerful strength. After a few explosions, and even the experts who tried to barge in were killed, there were no more experts who dared to barge in. Wang Xian looked at the Blackcloud Castle. There were many entrances to the Blackcloud Castle. One could even enter through the windows. The entire castle seemed to be filled with life. It was very likely that there was still life inside. Wang Xian scanned the surroundings. There were about 700 to 800 people gathered in groups to think of a way to break the formation. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He found a secret place and looked around. With a move, Wang Xian easily entered the castle. Haha, after looting the mansions of the strong men and demons in the cemetery one by one, the resources obtained are enough for me to level up. Wang Xian had an excited look on his face. He swept his gaze across the entire Blackcloud Castle and began his treasure hunt. After entering the huge castle, Wang Xian immediately felt a wave of spiritual energy fluctuation. He was not in a hurry. He started to search through the houses one by one. There were not many weapons, armor, and elixirs placed in porcelain bottles. However, after searching through more than 10 rooms, Wang Xian managed to find quite a number of them. This should be the place where the Lord of Blackcloud Castle cultivates. Wang Xian pushed open the door of a room and looked at an open space that was the size of a playground. His eyes were sparkling. That's the herb garden. Hiss, there's a bottle of spiritual liquid over there. What kind of spiritual tree is this? The moment he entered, it was as though he had entered a treasure house. Wang Xian's eyes were shining as he looked around. Chirp, 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 chirp. The roars of beasts could be heard one after another. Wang Xian was slightly shocked and quickly looked over. This is? Wang Xian looked over and immediately noticed that 5 golden monkeys were staring at him curiously. It's a demon beast, the little yin monkey. It's a demon beast with half-step void interpretation. Furthermore, It's a cub. Wang Xian looked at them and scanned his surroundings. Under the trees where the little yin monkey was staying, there were 6 corpses of the little yin monkeys that were 2 meters in size. 6 baby yin monkeys. Their value is not low. Wang Xian smiled. With a move of his arm, a stream of water surrounded all of them. The little yin monkeys that were only at transcendent level 6 did not have the ability to resist at all. They were caught by Wang Xian and placed into his storage spiritual bag. Following that, Wang Xian began to harvest the treasures quickly. Half an hour later, a figure emerged from the Black Cloud Fort quietly and dashed into the distance. Around the Black Cloud Fort, 700 to 800 people were still studying how to enter. Little did they know that there were no more treasures inside. My next target is the Blood Spirit Cave. Wang Xian flew towards the ocean. Some of the mansions of the Voidwalkers were located at the bottom of the ocean. Some were located at the bottom of the ocean, while some were located at the interior of the underwater mountain peaks. Some of the residences of the experts were luxurious residences that they had built with their powerful strength. Once they entered the sea, it was like a dragon entering the sea, and their speed suddenly increased. The reddish seawater emitted a bloody smell. Compared to land, the number of people in the sea was no less than on land. Everyone went to the bottom of the sea to search for treasures. There was once someone who found an interspatial ring at the bottom of the sea. In the end, there was a powerful level 6 profound void tier armor inside. Even a level 1 or level 2 profound void tier expert would not be able to hurt him if he wore the armor. Moreover, there were many mansions of various experts at the bottom of the sea. Coming to the bottom of the sea that was 20,000 meters deep, the entire sea was like an abyss. Compared to the land, this place was even more dangerous. It was possible to encounter some ferocious beasts at any time. Moreover, there were more demonic beasts active in the sea than on land. The Blood Spirit Cave was located at the bottom of the sea. There was a cave entrance which was covered by a powerful chaotic formation. There was no one around the Blood Spirit Cave because the chaotic formation here was considered a killing formation. Once one accidentally touched the formation, one would be killed by the powerful formation. Some people said that this was a certain death entrance. As time passed, no one came to the Blood Spirit Cave. This is very convenient for me. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he entered the cave directly. A few hours later, Wang Xian came out from the cave with a face full of joy. There are still 5 mansions in the safer areas for humans. However, 4 of them have been occupied by powerful people. Only 1 of them is unoccupied. The rest of these uncracked mansions are more dangerous to the demonic beasts. After I obtain the treasures in the last mansion, I will head back immediately to digest the treasures. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he flew towards the sword mansion of the last powerhouse. Chapter 1203. I know him, the Chosen One. The sword mansion was the most unique among the cave mansions of the experts. The chaotic array in the sword mansion was the most unique. Anyone who entered the sword mansion would be attacked by the sword array. The stronger the energy in the body was, the longer the attack would be. The weaker the person was, the weaker the attack would be. Some insightful Void Realm experts were killed by the sword array, but many extraordinary realm experts escaped from the sword array. The sword mansion was located in the forest. It was a huge mansion. The sky is already bright. Unknowingly, a night had passed. The main reason was that Wang Xian had stayed in the Blood Spirit Cave for a long time. Wang Xian sped up and rushed towards the sword mansion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as he was about to climb over a mountain peak, more than 10 terrifying bees the size of a human head attacked him. Life-exterminating bees. I didn't expect that there are still some ferocious beasts that haven't been killed by humans. Wang Xian waved his arm, and the extremely hot sea of water swept straight ahead. Boom! The extremely hot sea of water swept past, and all the life-exterminating bees fell straight to the ground. More than 10 ferocious beasts of Transcendent Level 9 were easily killed. The stinger of the life-exterminating bees is a good material to refine weapons. After collecting the stinger, Wang Xian continued to dash towards the direction of the sword mansion. There were dense trees that were hundreds of meters tall. Wang Xian was dashing among them, making him look extremely tiny. Roar! Haha! Awesome! This is awesome! Brother Xingyun, the speed of your purgatory mastiff is really too fast. It's too domineering. Haha, it's just that this fellow still has a bad temper. However, I like it. At this moment, a series of galloping sounds came from behind him. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He turned around and saw 5 people riding their mounts towards him. The young man in the middle carried a long sword on his back and was riding a ferocious-looking 3-meter-sized ferocious beast. The Purgatory Mastiff was a ferocious beast with the bloodline of the 2nd level of the see-through void tier. It was a well-known ferocious and violent expert among beasts. Even though this Purgatory Mastiff only had the strength of a transcendent level 9, it was still extremely violent. Charge! The figure of the green-robed young man in the middle moved for a moment. His body emitted a strong wind attribute energy. The strong wind covered the body of the Purgatory Mastiff, causing its speed to double abruptly. Looking at the 5 people charging towards him, especially the young man in the middle, it was as if he didn't see him. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and made a path for him. Roar! Roar! The Purgatory Mastiff's entire body was exuding black, dark energy. As it surged forward, it looked like black flames and looked like a gentle breeze. When the Purgatory Mastiff flew to Wang Xian's side, a pair of blood-red eyes stared at him and let out a soft roar. A Purgatory Mastiff head condensed from the dark attribute attacked him directly. Wang Xian frowned slightly and dodged to the side. Haha! The young man in green didn't even take a glance at him. He laughed out loud. The 4 young men behind him took a glance at Wang Xian and laughed out loud as well. Then, they charged straight ahead. You're so arrogant. Don't you know that people will die easily? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to rush towards the sword mansion. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the sword could be heard from a few thousand meters away. This sword mansion is much stronger than the previous immortal caves of the powerhouses. When Wang Xian approached the sword mansion, sharp sounds were heard, which surprised him slightly. So many people. When he arrived, he realized that there were more people here than the Black Cloud Castle. There were more than 2,000 people. However, what surprised Wang Xian was that there were very few insightful emptiness realm experts here. At a glance, there was only an elder at level 1 of the insightful emptiness realm. Everyone held a long sword in their hands and stood in front of the sword mansion. There was only one entrance to the sword mansion, and the other 3 sides were all backed by the mountain peak. To enter the sword mansion, one had to walk through a 1,000-meter-long sword tomb. However, up until now, no one had been able to walk through it. Over time, this place had become a training ground for sword cultivators. Wang Xian walked forward and approached the front of the sword mansion. Without a long sword in his hand, he looked slightly different. There were people sparring here, and there were also people walking into the sword tomb. The sound of sword chimes came from the sword tomb. I have a body without a formation. I won't activate the attack formation. I can walk through it easily. Wang Xian looked ahead and walked straight ahead. The fairy sword, Lingjian Er, is here. Lingjian Er is here. I heard that Lingjian Er advanced more than 500 meters in the sword tomb yesterday. She is simply too strong. The most important thing is that she can exit the sword tomb easily. This is the most powerful thing. Just as Wang Xian was walking towards the sword tomb, an exclamation came from behind. Roar! Roar! Move aside! Move aside! At this moment, a ferocious roar and a loud shout came from behind. A familiar aura rushed towards them. There were 4 young men beside them. Those in front, move aside. There was another shout. The group of young men in front quickly made way for them. Wang Xian looked over and saw the young man who was riding the Purgatory Mastiff staring at him fiercely. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. After coming out of the sword mansion, Wang Xian was prepared to teach them how to behave. Of course, they had to behave well in their next lives. Wang Xian made way for them and watched the 5 of them walk over in an overbearing manner. Is this the ferocious beast mount that Jian Tianqing obtained? What a ferocious aura! Purgatory Mastiff, Bloodline level Profound Void Tier 2. Heavens, I'm so envious. If I had such a cool mount, that would be awesome. Everyone around had envious looks on their faces. They were used to the domineering attitude of Jian Tianqing and the others. No, it should be said that he had the qualifications to do so. Jian Tianqing rode on the Purgatory Mastiff and ignored everyone. His eyes were only fixed on the long-haired girl in white who was holding a long sword in her hand. Miss Ling Jian are you going to barge into the sword tomb today? Let me accompany you. He rode the Purgatory Mastiff to Ling Jian Er's side and immediately jumped down. A light smile appeared on his face, and the arrogance on his face completely disappeared. No need. Roar, roar. Ling Jian did not even look at him. The half-meter demonic beast that was like a puppy on its shoulder even roared at it. Miss Ling Jian take a look at this Purgatory Mastiff. How is it? It's a second-level Profound Void Tier baby, just like little Ha on you. Jian Tianqing did not pay any attention to Ling Jian Er's indifference and continued to speak with a face full of enthusiasm. Ling Jian did not reply and walked straight ahead. The corner of Tian Jianqing's mouth twitched slightly, and he squeezed out a smile as he followed by the side. Roar, roar, roar. The dog-like Ha, who was lying on Ling Jian Er's body, raised his head slightly and roared at Heavenly Sword Star once again. He bared his teeth and had a fierce look on his face. Chapter 1204. I am the pride of the world. The demonic beast cub on Ling Jian Er's shoulder roared at Heavenly Sword Star, making him even more embarrassed. Roar. However, to everyone's surprise, the Purgatory Mastiff beside Heavenly Sword Star let out a furious roar when it saw Xiao Ha roaring at its master. A 2-meter-tall black flame rose from its body, and its blood-red eyes stared at Xiao Ha as if it was ready to pounce at any moment. Roar, roar, looking for a fight, looking for a fight. Xiao Ha, who was lying on Ling Jian Er's body, was also enraged when it saw the ferocious Purgatory Mastiff. It let out a roar and spoke in a tender human language. Following that, Xiao Ha's figure instantly attacked the Purgatory Mastiff. Even though Xiao Ha didn't look like it was even half a meter, its speed was extremely terrifying. Its 4 limbs turned golden, and its sharp claws directly drilled out. The demonic beast cub on Ling Jian Er's shoulder also had the bloodline of the 2nd rank of the Profound Void Tier, and its current strength had already reached the peak of the 9th rank. No matter how small a demonic beast cub was, it still had the aura of a king. If a beast of the same level provoked it, it naturally wouldn't cower. Little Ha was like a sharp sword as it directly attacked the Purgatory Mastiff. The Purgatory Mastiff opened its bloody mouth and instantly bit towards Little Ha. However, at this moment, Little Ha, who was flying in the air, waved his claws and a golden sharp sword directly attacked the Purgatory Mastiff's mouth. The sudden attack of the 2 pets caused everyone in the surroundings to be slightly stunned. Even Ling Jian and Heavenly Sword Star had not expected this. Roar, roar, roar. Xiao Ha's attack landed on the Purgatory Mastiff's mouth, causing it to let out a painful cry. Its eyes turned even redder. Xiao Ha, stop. Ling Jian immediately shouted at Xiao Ha. Roar, roar. Xiao Ha revealed a smug look on its face. Its body flew to her shoulder, and it stuck out its tongue to lick her face. Purgatory, stop. Heavenly Sword Star also hurriedly shouted at the Purgatory Mastiff. However, the ferocious Purgatory Mastiff was now injured in its mouth, making it even more violent. It opened its huge mouth, wanting to continue attacking Xiao Ha. Heavenly Sword Star's expression changed slightly, and his aura trembled. The long sword in his hand pressed down on the top of its head. Roar, roar. The Purgatory Mastiff was controlled by Heavenly Sword Star, and it continued to roar in a low voice. Ling Jian, glanced at the Purgatory Mastiff and walked straight ahead. Heavenly Sword Star glared at the Purgatory Mastiff and hurriedly chased after it. Roar. However, Heavenly Sword Star had just walked a dozen meters behind it. When he retracted his hand from the Purgatory Mastiff, the Purgatory Mastiff saw Little Ha glaring at him fiercely and suddenly went berserk, letting out a furious roar. Purgatory, behave yourself. Heavenly Sword Star turned around somewhat impatiently and let out an angry roar at the Purgatory Mastiff. Damn, this Purgatory Mastiff is so violent and savage. The Purgatory Mastiff has always been a very violent and savage beast. Heavenly Sword Star has clearly not tamed it completely. It's too savage. The surrounding people saw that the Purgatory Mastiff had lost control once again. Black flames curled around its body, and it emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Some of the surrounding people could not help but take 2 steps back. Roar. However, just as they were discussing in hushed voices, after Heavenly Sword Star's furious roar, the Purgatory Mastiff suddenly went berserk and charged forward. Be careful. The expressions of the youths in front changed drastically as they hurriedly dodged to the side. Purgatory, stop right there. When Heavenly Sword Star saw that Purgatory had gone berserk, a look of fury appeared on his face. He originally wanted to show off his mount in front of Ling Jian today. However, he didn't expect that he would go crazy and lose control. This made him extremely embarrassed. He let out an angry roar. The crazy Purgatory Mastiff ignored him completely and bit at the few young men in front of it. However, the few young men moved their bodies and flew into the sky to dodge far away. Roar. Its blood-red eyes charged forward once again. When it saw that the figure in front of it didn't dodge, it charged forward ferociously. Am I that unlucky? Wang Xian, who was walking towards the sword mansion, felt the attack coming from behind him. His eyes turned cold. He turned around and waved his arm. A stream of water shot towards the Purgatory Mastiff. Bang! The Purgatory Mastiff, which had just pounced over, was hit in the head by the powerful water. It crashed heavily into the ground with a loud sound. Stop it, you damned fellow. How dare you attack my mount? Seeing his pet being sent flying, Heavenly Sword Star spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed drastically as he shouted sternly. He moved and came to the side of the Purgatory Mastiff. He took a glance at his pet and stared at Wang Xian coldly. Mind your own mount. Wang Xian looked at Heavenly Sword Star and narrowed his eyes slightly. I will mind my own pet. However, you dare to attack him. Kid, I think you are courting death. The longsword in Heavenly Sword Star's hand moved and emitted a green glow. Hee, it was your pet that attacked me first. Don't tell me you don't allow me to retaliate. Wang Xian smiled and asked indifferently. No. Heavenly Sword Star said tyrannically. Heavenly Sword Star is really overbearing. It was clearly this Purgatory Mastiff that attacked first. He has the right to be overbearing. After all, he is the 15th heaven's favorite. Strength is king. The weak are the original sin. When the surrounding people saw this scene and heard Heavenly Sword Star's words, their faces didn't change at all. In the purgatory field of the graveyard of demi-humans, the strong were the king. The weak had no right to speak at all. They had often seen people killing in public and snatching other people's treasures. Although Heavenly Sword Star's actions were extremely overbearing, he had the right to do so. Roar. At this moment, just as Heavenly Sword Star finished speaking, the Purgatory Mastiff beside him shook its head and once again pounced towards Wang Xian violently. Heavenly Sword Star frowned slightly. He didn't say anything to stop it and stared at Wang Xian coldly. Wang Xian looked at the overbearing Heavenly Sword Star. When he saw the Purgatory Mastiff pouncing towards him again, the killing intent in his heart was completely released. He moved his palm slightly, and the terrifying energy in his hand condensed. He stared at the attack that was coming towards him and waved his arm. He still dares to attack? He is disrespecting Heavenly Sword Star. This kid is going to be in trouble. When everyone around saw Wang Xian making a move, they were astonished and whispered, "Huh." Ling Jian, who was standing at the side, frowned slightly when she saw Wang Xian. He still dares to attack? Heavenly Sword Star's eyes were ice cold. The long sword in his hand was condensed with gusts of wind radiance. Boom. However, at this moment, the sound of an explosion was suddenly heard. The Purgatory Mastiff that was pouncing at Wang Xian didn't fly backward this time. Instead, it was completely turned into minced meat in the explosion of metal and wood. Small pieces and small pieces. The largest piece was only the size of a fist. What? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were completely stunned. You actually dared to kill my mount. I am the heaven's favorite, Tianjian Xing. Today, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Heaven's Sword Star roared furiously when he saw the Purgatory Mastiff that his father had spent a lot of effort to get for him was directly blasted into pieces. Chapter 1205. Defeating a Heaven's Pride Expert. How dare you kill my mount? I am Heaven's Pride, Heaven's Sword Star. Today, I will tear you into pieces. Heaven's Sword Star's furious roar was heard. As he looked at the pieces of the Purgatory Mastiff's corpse on the ground, his eyes slowly turned blood red. The value of a second-level Void Interpretation Beast could buy half a city. Now that he was killed by Wang Xian, he let out an angry roar and charged towards him. A terrifying gust of wind instantly gathered around him. He was like a violent tornado that swept across the entire sky. The tornado turned into a sharp sword that was incomparably sharp. A terrifying murderous aura gathered in the storm and covered an area of 1 kilometer. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they retreated in a hurry. This fellow is going to die. He actually dared to kill the mount of the Heavenly Sword Star. That's a ferocious beast with a level 2 bloodline of the Void Interpretation realm. It's priceless. I'm angry. That young man killed the mount of Heavenly Sword Star. He will not rest until he is dead. Is this guy courting death? Heavenly Sword Star is ranked 15th on the Prodigy roll. There are only a dozen people in the younger generation who are stronger than him. Is that guy courting death? That young man was able to kill a level 9 Transcendent Purgatory Mastiff in an instant. His strength is not simple. It is very likely that he has the strength of a half-step Profound Void tier. He can be comparable to a prodigy. Everyone around them retreated backward in horror. They looked at the Heaven's Sword Star with a murderous aura. Heaven's Pride Expert? Hee. Do you know that you are courting death? Arrogant? I will let you know the price of being arrogant in front of me. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He originally wanted to kill this fellow after he came out of the Sword Mansion. However, he didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Since that was the case, he would fulfill his wish. Die. Tianjian Xing moved his body and brought along a sword storm that was 1,000 meters tall. He attacked Wang Xian directly. Buzz. Wang Xian looked at Tianjian Xing, who was attacking him with a sword storm. His gaze focused slightly. In the sky, earthy yellow soil appeared instantly. Wang Xian waved his arm again. Numerous thorns appeared directly and twined around Heavenly Sword Star and the storm of blades on his body. In an instant, the dense thorns connected with the soil and formed a huge net that was 1,000 meters tall and 100 meters wide in front of him. The dense thorns seemed to be weaving the entire world into it. The storm of blades on Heavenly Sword Star dissipated slowly and trapped his entire body. What? Heavenly Sword Star's pupils contracted slightly, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Hiss, that young man is so strong. Heavenly Sword Star has encountered a tough opponent this time. When everyone around saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. How dare a fellow who has not reached the insightful void stage be so arrogant and not put anyone in his eyes? Trash, go and become a new person. A hint of disdain appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. With a move of his palm, a terrifying combination attribute was sent flying. Extreme ice and fire explosion, golden flow. Following that, 2 combination attribute attacks were thrown out casually. Even a powerhouse at the first level of the insightful void stage would have to be careful in dealing with these 2 types of attacks. Sword control windshield. When Heavenly Sword Star saw Wang Xian's attack, his face changed drastically. His body trembled as 2-meter-long wind swords were formed rapidly and spun around him rapidly. It was the divine ability, Sword Control Windshield. Sensing Wang Xian's attack, he unleashed all of his strength. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Boom! The extreme ice and fire attack exploded on Heavenly Sword Star's divine ability defense. The entire Sword Control Wind Shield collapsed slowly. What? Heavenly Sword Star was horrified. One attack had broken through his divine ability defense. Another attack followed closely behind. He gritted his teeth as a green light flashed in front of his chest. A green armor appeared. Boom! A powerful force landed on his insightful void tier armor. Heavenly Sword Star retreated backward. You. The powerful impact caused his body to fly backward. His expression changed drastically as he stared at Wang Xian with widened eyes. Do you think that you are a heaven's favorite and can suppress everything? Wang Xian revealed a mocking look in his eyes. Water tomb. He shouted softly. A water tomb appeared instantly and headed straight for the Heavenly Sword Star. Wind blast. When he saw Wang Xian's attack approaching again, he roared and retreated hurriedly. However, his speed was still a little slow. Even though he had used his supernatural ability, he was still restrained by the water tomb. Heaven's Pride. Today, I will beat up an arrogant Heaven's Pride like you. It's better to keep a low profile. Wang Xian's eyes were extremely cold as he looked at the sky. Boom! A huge mountain appeared directly in the sky, above Heavenly Sword Star. The mountain was about 1,000 meters in size. At this moment, a terrifying flame suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. The mountain peak directly descended. Ah, you can't kill me. I'm a Heaven's chosen. I have a profound void tier armor on me. You can't kill me. Heavenly Sword Star looked at the terrifying mountain peak descending towards him and roared loudly with a malevolent expression. He struggled out of the water tomb and fled into the distance. However, he still wasn't able to escape the distance of the fire territory. Boom! The fire territory landed on Heavenly Sword Star's body. A green light appeared on his armor and a terrifying defense covered his entire body, blocking the fire territory's attack for him. Crack, crack, crack. However, in less than a second, the green light on his armor began to crumble. No! Heavenly Sword Star's face was filled with shock and his eyes were filled with fear. No, don't kill me. My father is the sect leader of Swords Gate. Don't kill me. Tian Jianxing's void interpretation level armor was crumbling bit by bit. Finally, he panicked. The veins on his face bulged as he shouted loudly. You are a Heaven's favorite. Don't beg for mercy. It will lower your status. Wang Xian's indifferent voice was heard. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the fire territory exploded completely. A terrifying impact landed directly on Tian Jianxing's body. In an instant, Heavenly Sword Star was even more miserable than the Purgatory Mastiff. He turned into a bloody mist and left behind an interspatial ring. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of gasping could be heard from the people around them. They looked at Wang Xian, who was standing there calmly. Their faces were filled with shock. Heavenly Sword Star was a Heaven's Pride expert. Heaven's Pride experts were not conferred by themselves. The real Heaven's Pride experts were conferred by the ancient Bloodstream sect. In the entire Luhai region, only the top 20 people before the age of 50 could be called prodigies. This meant that the top 20 people in the entire Luhai region might become level 3, level 4, or even stronger existences in the future. Heavenly Sword Star was a prodigy. He had the right to look down on the youth of his generation. He had the right to be overbearing and arrogant. Because he was a prodigy. But now, a Heaven's favorite was actually directly beaten up. Compared to the young generation, he didn't have the ability to fight back at all. Chapter 1206, I, the Sword King. Good. What terrifying strength. A prodigy of his generation was actually defeated by a young man. He didn't even have the ability to resist. A cold wind blew past, and the heavenly sword star that had turned into a blood mist dissipated. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. The heavenly sword star is a half-step void interpretation expert. He is even wearing a level 1 armor. Even if I wanted to kill him, I would have to use the power of my Abhijna. This young man's strength is so strong. The only level 1 void interpretation expert was staring at Wang Xian with a twinkle in his eyes. He was filled with amazement. It was very easy for him to kill a half-step void interpretation expert. He could even kill him in one move. However, he wanted to kill a half-step void interpretation level Heaven's Pride expert. This Heaven's Pride expert was even wearing a level 1 armor. Even he had to attack several times consecutively before he could do it. However, from the moment this young man attacked until the end, he had been suppressing Heavenly Sword Star until he exploded into a bloody mist. Heavenly Sword Star did not have the ability to resist at all. The level 1 armor of the void interpretation level collapsed immediately. Oh woo! Xiao Ha, who was standing on Ling Jian's shoulder, saw Wang Xian's violent attack. It let out a weak roar and shrunk its head. As someone with higher intelligence, it naturally recognized that this young man was the owner of the gigantic ferocious beast that had bitten it last night. He's really not simple. As expected of the owner of a level 1 void interpretation ferocious beast, Ling Jian was also sizing up Wang Xian with a face full of astonishment. Hee. Wang Xian swept a contemptuous glance across the arena and sneered. He raised his head and looked towards the left. You want to? Wang Xian swept his gaze over. The 4 young men who were following Heavenly Sword Star had a drastic change in expression. They looked at him in horror and retreated backward in horror. Some people are not people that you can offend. Wang Xian looked at the 4 of them without any emotion. He waved his arm and a golden light swept toward the 4 of them. No. The 4 of them hurriedly swept their faces towards the back. However, due to the huge difference in strength, their escape was futile. 4 sounds of participation rang out. The 4 young men who had been following Heavenly Sword Star and showing off their prowess died immediately. What attribute did he use? Judging from the aura fluctuation, it's water attribute. Golden water? What kind of heaven and earth water is this? Also, his attack just now is weird. Could it be that he has dual attributes? If he has dual attributes, that would be heaven-defying. The 2 middle-aged men looked at Wang Xian's attack with a thoughtful expression. During Wang Xian's attack, they could feel the strong fluctuation of the water attribute energy as well as other attributes. However, Wang Xian had the heaven-deceiving pearl which could perfectly conceal his attribute attacks. The fire territory that he released just now contained both fire and earth attributes. However, from the outside, it seemed to be condensed from water energy. However, since he had the heaven-deceiving pearl, Wang Xian had released 5 attributes consecutively, which still left them extremely bewildered. From the attack just now, he might really have dual attributes. The expert at the first level of the see-through realm muttered and made a guess. Pa. Wang Xian ignored the surprise of the crowd. With a wave of his arm, he kept the interspatial rings and walked straight into the sword mansion. Is he trying to break into the sword tomb? He's not a swordsman. Yeah, from his attack just now, I can tell that he's not a swordsman. When the crowd saw Wang Xian walking into the sword tomb, they were bewildered. Ling Jian looked at his figure and her eyes flashed. She followed behind him and walked into the sword tomb. Who do you think is stronger, Ling Jian or Tian Jianxing? A young man asked curiously when he saw Ling Jian walking into the sword tomb. Ling Jian ER is ranked 5th on the prodigy roll and is ranked 10 places higher than Tianjian Xing. I think Ling Jian can kill Tianjian Xing as well. I want to know who that young man is now. Where did he come from? Why isn't his name on the Heaven's Pride roll? Let's go and take a look. Let's see if Ling Jian is the one who has gone far, or if that young man is the one who has gone far. You can still see their figures? I think if that young man dares to stay here any longer, the experts of Swords Gate will definitely come and kill him. Maybe even the leader of Swords Gate will come. After all, this is his most outstanding son. Everyone watched Wang Xian and Ling Jian enter the sword tomb and whispered to each other behind them. Buzz. Inside the sword tomb, when Wang Xian walked in, it was obvious that he seemed to have entered another space. He looked around. Iron swords were stabbed into the ground. Some of the iron swords were full of rust, and there were even short swords. The visibility in the entire area was very low, and he could only see a distance of 100 meters ahead. He walked on the various iron swords and walked forward quickly. Where is he? Where did he go? Impossible. It's impossible for him to advance 100 meters. Ling Jian who followed behind him, looked around with a stunned expression. Without the figure of that young man, how could this be possible? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before she could think further, the iron sword on the ground suddenly flew up and attacked her. She quickly dealt with it. He came in just like that, hee. Wang Xian had been walking past the sword graveyard that was 1,000 meters long. He looked ahead with a smile. It was a door, a sword-shaped door. Wang Xian looked at the door and pushed it open. Clang. The moment the sword door was opened, the sound of a sharp sword rushed into his mind. The Sword King, Jr., congratulations on breaking through the sword tomb. Kneel down and bow 3 times. You will be my disciple and receive the Sword King's inheritance. A golden voice entered Wang Xian's mind, causing him to be slightly stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. The cold metallic voice did not carry any emotion. It was definitely not made by a human. Wang Xian looked ahead and was stunned to see a corpse sitting on a chair. The corpse was extremely skinny. Both of its hands were holding a blood-red longsword that was flowing with light. The longsword was trembling at this moment. The voice originated from this longsword. Wang Xian pursed his lips slightly and stared at the longsword. The longsword was at the 5th level of the see-through realm. Its level was very high, but it wasn't enough to make a longsword speak human language. It was obvious that the owner of the longsword had set it up beforehand. The moment the sword's gate was opened, the longsword made this sound. You're playing tricks. The dragon eyes of light and dark fire were opened. Wang Xian walked straight over and took the long sword from the corpse with a smile on his face. Buzz. The long sword at the 5th level of the see-through realm trembled slightly and was filled with spirituality. Wang Xian's arm trembled slightly and the long sword quieted down. What a good sword. If I had used this sword in the battle just now, I would have been able to kill the heavenly sword star easily. Chapter 1207. Sword King's Inheritance. Wang Xian swung the level 5 sword in his hand. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. It was a pity that with his current strength, he was unable to unleash the power of this sword. He could only use it as a weapon that surpassed the level of half-step void interpretation. This sword seems to have 2 attributes. Wang Xian touched it and felt the sharpness and softness of the sword ray. It should be metal and water attributes. He looked at the corpse and took a book from his bosom. The Inheritance of the Sword King. Looking at the cover of the book, Wang Xian flipped it open. I am the Sword King Lung Haotsong, the Sword King of the Bloodstream sect. My swordsmanship is invincible in the Flowing Sea region. However, I was born at the wrong time and the Bloodstream sect was in chaos. I cannot suppress the Bloodstream. I regret being born 20 years later. Otherwise, I will suppress everything. Wang Xian looked at the contents of the book and curled his lips slightly. This Long Haotsong was really good at acting cool. Regardless of whether it was his deliberately mystifying voice when he just entered the door or the records on the words, there was a strong sense of acting cool. However, when Wang Xian continued reading, he raised his eyebrows slightly and his eyes flickered. Long Haotsong was 83 years old when he died. Among the insightful emptiness realm experts, he was definitely an extremely young and demonic existence. And the 83-year-old Long Haotsong was not at the first level of the insightful emptiness realm, but had reached the 5th level of the insightful emptiness realm. At that time, Long Haotsong was called a rare genius by the Bloodstream sect. He would definitely suppress the entire sky in the future. Long Haotsong's most terrifying aspect was not only his level, but also the attributes he cultivated, dual attributes, metal and water. Other than that, there was also his terrifying sword arts. The title of Sword King was not self-proclaimed. A peerless swordsman who cultivated dual attributes at the age of 83 was at level 5 of the see-through realm. At that time, his status was only second to a few top-notch figures. Such a peerless swordsman was harmed by demonic beasts when the Bloodstream sect was separated. He had no choice but to return to his sword mansion and set up it as a land of inheritance. Peerless Sword King, dual attributes. With the strength of level 5 of the see-through realm, he could kill a level 6 see-through realm. This Long Haotsong is truly peerless and talented. Wang Xian looked at the records and his eyes were filled with amazement. If he was born 20 years earlier, he would really have the strength to suppress everything. What could he do? The Golden Water Sword Principle. Wang Xian flipped back and saw Long Haotsong's inherited sword techniques. They were all sword techniques. Among them, there were many powerful sword techniques that were combined with dual attributes. The Golden Water Principle, one was extremely hard and the other extremely soft. Both were hard and soft at the same time. Wang Xian flipped through the pages and realized that Long Haotsong's metal and water sword principle was slightly different from his two attributes combination. To be more precise, Long Haotsong's two attributes combination was even more exquisite. This gave him a lot of inspiration. My sword principle can only be inherited by a heaven's favorite who possesses both metal and water attributes. Without both metal and water attributes, one cannot enter the sword tomb. I hope that my successor can pass down my sword principle and carry it forward. Looking at Long Haotsong's last sentence, Wang Xian was slightly moved. Although I possess both metal and water attributes, I might not be able to carry it forward. If I have the chance to meet a genius with both metal and water attributes in sword principle, I will pass this inheritance of yours to him. Wang Xian sighed and walked straight into the sword mansion. The strong were respected. Although Wang Xian initially felt that Long Haotsong was a little pretentious, it seemed that he did have the ability to do so. However, as a divine dragon, it was unrealistic for him to acknowledge him as his master and promote the Golden Water Sword principle. Wang Xian walked straight into the sword mansion. According to Long Haotsong's records, there was a sword training ground in the sword mansion that contained rich energy of the dual elemental metal and water. In addition, all of his treasures were stored here. Wang Xian took a stroll around the sword mansion. The sword training ground was located in a sword training room beside the corpse. Long Haotsong left behind a few items. He was a swordsman who had almost gone crazy. There were no spiritual herbs, pets, or mounts in the sword mansion. Even the spiritual liquid was depleted when he was severely injured. There were only swords. There were a total of 18 of them. They were the long swords that he had used from the beginning of his sword training until his death. From ordinary iron swords to the 3rd level of the see-through realm. However, what pleased Wang Xian was that Long Haotsong's interspatial ring contained a lot of metals and materials used to forge long swords. The harvest is not bad. If I sell the items I obtained from these 4 mansions, I will definitely be able to raise my strength to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. There might even be some left over. Wang Xian looked at the items in his interspatial ring and grinned. The treasures left behind by the 4 insightful emptiness realm experts, along with Huazhan's interspatial ring and Heavenly Sword Star's interspatial ring, were worth more than 1 trillion middle-grade spirit stones. Of course, there was a prerequisite. He had to sell all the insightful Emptiness Realm weapons. This included the weapons at the insightful Emptiness Realm. Wang Xian was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he came to the sword training room of the Golden Water Sword Principle. He possessed both the metal and water attributes. He could definitely cultivate the Golden Water Sword Principle. Furthermore, from the swordsmanship of the Long Haotsong Sword King, he could deepen his understanding of the combination of attributes. When he entered the sword training room, the rich metal and water attributes flooded in. The entire sword training room was filled with two types of longswords, the metal and water, dancing in the sky. Sometimes, when the metal and water swords collided, special changes would occur. In this room, one had to dodge the attacks of the metal and water swords and comprehend the usage of the two types of sword techniques. When Wang Xian entered, he immediately started to cultivate. Sword in the water, gold-piercing sword, true sword rain, gold-plated sword pursuit. Water flooded the golden mountain. After an unknown period of time, the sword techniques of the metal and water sword principle were mastered by Wang Xian. The deeper Wang Xian cultivated, the deeper his perception towards the combination of attributes was. Phew! Wang Xian, who had stayed in the sword training room for at least half a month, walked out. He revealed a faint smile on his face. He moved a chair and sat at the entrance to rest. I must succeed. I must avenge my family. At this moment, a determined roar came from outside. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. His eyes flickered as he looked outside. A skinny young man was carrying a 2-meter-long sword on his back as he walked into the sword mansion with great difficulty. His body was filled with wounds. The terrifying sword rays that contained two types of energy, gold and water, were constantly attacking him. The skinny young man only had the strength of a level 9 extraordinary. However, the attacks that he unleashed were extremely powerful. Dual attributes. He has dual attributes as well. Furthermore, he has both metal and water attributes. Wang Xian looked at the energy fluctuation on the emaciated young man and was stunned. The young man was only 50 meters away from the sword mansion. However, this 50 meters was like a natural moat. His swordsmanship skills are not enough. However, he will be able to step into the sword mansion in a few months at most. What a joke of fate. If I had not come, the inheritance and everything else in the sword mansion would have belonged to this young man. Chapter 1208 will give you an opportunity. Wang Xian looked at the young man who was standing outside, unable to move an inch. An inexplicable expression appeared on his face. The young man had both the metal and water attributes. He had reached extraordinary level 9 at such a young age. At his current age, although he was not as stunning as Long Haotsong, he was definitely a heaven's favored son who was even more monstrous than the heavenly sword star. He could not even be compared to the two heavenly sword stars. Unfortunately, his current sword techniques and control over the two attributes of metal and water were not very strong. The current him could fight above his level, but it was absolutely impossible for him to defeat an expert who was one level higher than him. The young man's gaze was determined. The clothes on his body looked very ordinary. Only the great sword in his hand looked decent. However, he could only say that it was decent. The huge sword was now in tatters and cracks were appearing on it. This young man is more suitable to obtain the inheritance of the sword mansion than I am. A faint smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. It just so happens that I have promised Sword King Long Haotsong to find you a true inheritance. Then, I shall pass this Sword King's inheritance to you. As he spoke, he waved his arm and the sword gate slowly opened. The young man who was dealing with the densely packed golden water swords did not notice the opening of the sword gate. At this moment, his entire body was drenched in sweat. His short hair was completely drenched. He gritted his teeth and his face was filled with unwillingness. Bang! The huge sword in his hand was stabbed heavily into the ground. He was panting heavily and his eyes revealed an embarrassed expression. It's over. I shouldn't have fought so hard. With my current state, I can't break through at all. He looked at the golden water swords around him, and his expression changed. A trace of despair appeared in his eyes. The hatred in his heart caused him to lose his rationality. Only now did he realize the seriousness of the problem. Originally, if he had retreated in time, he would definitely have been able to escape unscathed. However, at this moment, his body was completely exhausted. Facing the countless golden water swords around him, he was completely unable to resist. Why am I so stupid? Endless regret and regret appeared on the young man's face. He looked at the golden water swords that were attacking him, and his body trembled. A defense was formed around him, but the endless attacks landed on his body, causing his defense to quickly collapse. When the young man saw this situation, a bitter expression appeared on his face. His defense crumbled, and the great sword in front of him slowly split apart. Despair had already enveloped him. Wong. At this moment, a great sword flew toward him. Half of the great sword was golden, and the other half was blue. The two attributes intersected, and they contained a unique energy. At this moment, the great sword was like an umbrella, forming a space of around 3 meters. Golden blue light circulated on it, and the two types of energy fused together, making it look extremely heavy. Wong. The great sword directly landed in front of the young man, and the space that it created directly enveloped the young man within. The young man, who had completely lost all hope, was slightly stunned, and his face was filled with shock as he looked at the great sword in front of him. The great sword was about 2 meters long, and it was even larger than the broken great sword in his hand. The surface of the sword shimmered with light and color. The sharpness of the first level of the see-through weapon was striking the surroundings. This was not what shocked him. What shocked him was the energy that surrounded him. The defense that was formed by the fusion of metal and water. The countless metal and water swords in the surroundings landed on the sword without a single ripple. This was the sword technique that Wang Xian had mastered from the sword principle of metal and water. It was a combination of defensive sword techniques. He looked at the completely fused golden water energy and widened his eyes slightly. He quickly looked ahead. In his vision, the tightly shut sword gate had already opened. A blurry figure was standing there. Buzz. At this moment, the figure waved his arm. A stream of light flew towards him and landed in front of him. It was a book with the words Golden Water Sword Principle written on it. He opened his mouth slightly, and his face was filled with shock. This is the inheritance of the Sword Mansion, the Golden Water Sword Principle. It was written by the Sword King of the Bloodstream sect, Long Haotsong, a few thousand years ago. The attributes that you cultivate match the Golden Water Sword Principle. Today, I will pass it on to you, the Fated One. The great sword beside you is the Golden Water Heaven-Raising Great Sword that the Sword King Long Haotsong used when he was at the first level of the Insightful Void Realm. It is the first level of the Insightful Void Realm. I will give it to you, the Fated One. I hope that you can bring the Golden Water Great Tao to greater heights. There is nothing else in the Sword Mansion. You can train your swordsmanship in the Sword Tomb, or you can leave. At this moment, a voice entered his ears, causing him to widen his eyes and look at the blurry figure. Pong. The moment he finished speaking, the sword gate closed. Senior, senior, senior. When the young man saw that the sword gate was closed, he stood up immediately and shouted loudly. Senior, may I ask who are you? This is how I repay you. Senior, he shouted loudly, but Wang Xian, who was behind the sword gate, didn't show any signs of change. He did this out of respect for the Sword King Long Haotsong. It wasn't to the extent that his Golden Water Sword Principle would be lost. Senior, thank you, senior. Pong. The young man looked at the sword principle inheritance in his hand and the great sword protecting him, and a grateful expression appeared on his face. He directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Who? The young man's hands trembled, and he reached out to touch the great sword of the profound void tier in front of him. Compared to this great sword, his great sword, which was only at transcendent level 8, was simply trash. His entire body trembled as he opened the golden water sword Dao inheritance. When he saw the contents, he was so happy that he wept. Once again, he couldn't help but kneel down. That senior not only saved his life, but also gave him a priceless sword Dao inheritance. The grace of rebirth was like that of a parent. Unfortunately, he still didn't know that senior's name, or even his face. All right, you have found the person who passed on the inheritance. I feel at ease. Wang Xian looked at the corpse at the side and then glanced at the young man who was kneeling over here. After hesitating for a moment, he dug a grave beside him and buried him. The name of the sword King Lung Haotsong was carved on it. After doing all this, Wang Xian felt comfortable. When he saw the young man who was still kneeling over here, he smiled. This kid knew how to be grateful. Then, he walked into the sword training room again. Star explosion. After an unknown period of time, Wang Xian waved the long sword in his hand. A small mountain peak that was emitting flames appeared in front of him. This small mountain peak that was emitting flames was based on the fire territory. When the fire territory was formed, Wang Xian did not stop his actions. He waved the long sword in his hand again. A strong golden sword aura rushed into the fire territory. Boom! A terrifying explosion was heard. Wang Xian's expression changed, and he retreated into the distance. Boom! 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 An attack that was like the destruction of a planet was heard. The entire sword training room could not withstand the terrifying force and trembled violently. Boom! The sword training room, which was protected by a powerful formation, collapsed immediately. Haha, it's a success. It's a success. The combination of the three attributes of the star explosion has finally succeeded. Wang Xian revealed an excited expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Once the starburst was released, he, who was in his human form, could break through the first level of the void interpretation stage. Chapter 1209. Sword Demon's Name 1. The three attributes of metal, wood, and earth form the star explosion. With the experience of combining the three attributes, it won't be as difficult to combine another combat technique as it was at the beginning. Wang Xian revealed an excited expression. He looked hesitant. Should I strike while the iron is hot? He was tempted. The moment the star explosion was completed, another combination method appeared in his mind. The gold-piercing sword, coupled with the fire attribute, water countered fire, and fire countered metal. After casting the gold-piercing sword, he would immediately add fire. Under the three counter effects, it would definitely explode. Wang Xian thought of it and did it. He immediately began to practice. With the experience of the starburst, his speed was undoubtedly dozens of times faster this time. Fire penetrates gold. A few hours later, Wang Xian shook the longsword in his hand. The gold-piercing sword was instantly released, and a flame followed closely behind. The gold-piercing sword contained the flexibility of water dripping through stone and water. Coupled with the toughness of the metal attribute, the combination of the two resulted in an explosive increase in attack power. After adding the flame, the gold-piercing sword exploded due to the incompatibility of the attributes and was divided into more than 10 small swords. This involved not only the incompatibility of the attributes, but also the control of the attributes. However, it was as if Wang Xian had perfectly mastered the golden water sword principle. Adding an attribute into it was much easier to control than before. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the flame penetrated through gold was cast, numerous violent small swords attacked the ground directly. In an instant, hundreds of holes appeared on the ground. The holes were dozens of meters deep. This was extremely terrifying on the solid ground of the graveyard of demi-humans. Under this attack, even the armor of the first level of the see-through would be penetrated instantly. Haha, I have mastered the combination of 2 or 3 attributes. Wang Xian laughed and did not continue to practice because he had no inspiration in his mind. He had stayed here for at least a month. He could definitely go back and practice again, Wang Xian thought to himself and walked straight out. I should keep a low profile. Before coming here, he had killed Heavenly Sword Star, the son of the sect leader of Sword's Gate. Wang Xian was afraid that there would be an ambush outside, so he took out the mask that he got from Feng Wan. With the mask on, even an insightful void martial artist would find it hard to see his true appearance. Wang Xian walked out with a faint smile on his face. He walked in the sword tomb as if he was walking on ordinary ground. Why aren't there many people in the sword tomb today? Wang Xian looked around and realized that there were only 2 to 3 people in the sword tomb. A hint of doubt appeared on his face. However, he didn't think too much about it. As he walked out of the sword tomb, the familiar smell of blood greeted him. I should go back and think of a way to use all the resources in my hands and raise my level. As Wang Xian thought to himself, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It was so worth it to have such a harvest in less than 2 months. That young man is really unlucky. I heard that a week ago, he saved the second miss of the Zhou clan in the sword tomb. Miss Zhou has a good impression of him. She has been looking for him for the past few days, but in the end, she angered Meng Xiaoqin. Miss Zhou is a famous beauty with many suitors. I heard that the Zhou clan might have a marriage alliance with the Meng clan. Meng Xiaoqin has been pursuing Miss Zhou for so long. When he saw that it was about to be a good thing, a wild boy suddenly appeared. Naturally, he would be angry. Wang Xian walked out. He did not mind the gossip when he heard the discussions around him. Kid, how dare you snatch my woman? Have you been idle for too long? At this moment, an angry shout was heard. Wang Xian raised his head and took a curious glance. However, when he looked over, his expression paused for a moment. He stopped immediately and walked over slowly with a frown. Meng Xiaoqin, watch what you say. In an empty space in front of them, a young man in red was standing there with more than 10 people. His gaze was cold as he stared at the young man in front of him, whose clothes were a little tattered and had no expression on his face. The young man in red had a dark gaze and a tall nose. He looked very uncomfortable. Beside the young man in tattered clothes stood a woman. The woman had a good figure and a hint of charm. The woman glared at Meng Xiaoqin and said angrily, Yanmei, no matter what, I'm going to kill this kid today. Our matter has been decided. I don't want anyone to disturb us. Meng Xiaoqin stared at Zhou Yanmei and said with a dark face, When has our matter been decided? Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Yanmei stared at Meng Xiaoqin and said with an embarrassed expression, Not long ago. You will soon receive a message from Uncle. Yanmei, come over and stand here with me. Meng Xiaoqin looked at her with a cold face. How did this? Miss, the master has sent a message. At that moment, the old woman standing next to Zhou Yanmei interrupted her and handed over the communication stone plate. What? Zhou Yanmei was slightly stunned. She looked at the message on the communication stone plate, and her expression changed slightly. Miss, the marriage between the Zhou clan and the Meng clan has just been decided. The matter between you and young Master Meng has already been decided. The old woman stood off to the side and transmitted her voice. But I don't like this, Meng. As she spoke, her expression changed. She didn't like Meng Xiaoqin, but if the clan really decided on this matter, then it was definitely not something she could change. She would definitely marry Meng Xiaoqin in the future. Young Miss, young Master Meng likes you. Moreover, young Master Meng's talent is very outstanding. Things cannot be changed. Do not let young Master Meng be dissatisfied with you. Otherwise, in the future. The old woman continued to send her voice transmission. She did not finish her words, but she knew that young Miss would understand. She had watched young Miss grow up and knew her character. I understand. Zhou Yanmei took a deep breath and nodded slowly. The ending was already set. She wanted to be married to Meng Xiaoqin. It was not worth it to delay the rest of her life for a man whom she only had a good impression of. The smart her knew that she should make such a decision. He saved my life in the sword tomb at least. Let him go. Zhou Yanmei raised her head to look at Meng Xiaoqin as she spoke and walked straight over. Meng Xiaoqin saw her walking over and a smile appeared on his face. Yanmei, This won't do. If he dares to compete with me for you, he'll have to pay the price. This cannot be changed. All right then, I'll leave first. Zhou Yinmei frowned slightly and wanted to leave this place. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Later, we'll leave together. My clan's people are not far away. Meng Xiaoqin looked at Zhou Yinmei and said somewhat domineeringly. All right. Zhou Yinmei pondered for a moment and nodded. At this point, in this area, Meng Xiaoqin was standing on the left with more than 10 people, while on the right, a young man in tattered clothes stood there alone. Damn, this young man is too miserable. He saved Miss Zhou Er's life, and now he's going to be killed because of it, and Miss Zhou Er actually didn't stop him. This is a typical woman who is like a disaster. This Miss Zhou Er is really ruthless. Other people saved her, but she was attacked because of her, and she actually didn't say a word. Fuck, doesn't Miss Zhou Er have a good impression of him? Is this love? Fuck, you believe in love, you idiot. Chapter 12:10. The Name of Sword Demon No. When the crowd around saw this scene, they were stunned. They looked at the lonely young man with sympathy. He had saved someone and ended up harming himself. This was simply. Furthermore, everyone felt some contempt for Miss Zhou's cold and heartless behavior. However, some of them also understood why Miss Zhou would do such a thing. It was for the sake of their own future. If a man doesn't do it for himself, the heavens will destroy him. You are really ungrateful. When Wang Xian saw this scene, a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. In the supernatural continent, where the strong were respected, all desires appeared to be naked. Kid, if you dare to steal a woman from me, Meng Xiaoqin, you will only become a corpse. When Meng Xiaoqin heard the discussions of the people around him, his expression did not change at all. He stared at the young man in tattered clothes and said coldly, in this world, as long as one was strong enough, they could ignore everything. The brutal and ferocious dragon race, which ruled over everything, had once massacred hundreds of millions of humans and dozens of demonic beast races. But now, when it came to the dragon race, there was only respect and no condemnation. This was the strong. There was no need to pay attention to the eyes of the weak. I have no enmity with you. If you want to kill me, then come. The shabby-clothed young man's gaze swept past Zhou Yinmei. His gaze was incomparably cold as he stared at Meng Xiaoqin. With a wave of his hand, a 2-meter-long greatsword appeared in his hand. Oh, a void interpretation-level greatsword. Haha. When the shabby-clothed young man took out the greatsword in his hand, Meng Xiaoqin was slightly taken aback. Soon after, an excited expression appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect that a wild kid like you would actually have a void interpretation-level greatsword. This is great. This is great. He laughed, and his eyes stared greedily at the greatsword. Hiss, I didn't expect that such a ragged-looking guy would actually have a void interpretation-level weapon. This Meng Xiaoqin's group's luck is really good. The surrounding people were slightly stunned, and their gazes were also somewhat heated as they stared at the great sword that contained a terrifying power. Many people's eyes also revealed an incomparably greedy expression. However, after looking at Meng Xiaoqin and the others, many people dispelled this thought. However, in the surroundings, 2 profound void tier first-level experts looked over, their eyes flickering. A profound void tier first-level weapon was worth at least 20 to 30 billion mid-grade spirit stones. This was a huge sum of money to a profound void tier expert. Go. Kill him. Take the weapon from his hands. Meng Xiaoqin shouted excitedly to the surrounding people. Yes. Behind him, there were more than a dozen people. Among them, one was a half-step void interpretation expert, 3 were at the 9th rank of the extraordinary realm, and the rest were at the 7th or 8th rank of the extraordinary realm. These were all the elites of the Meng family. Kiki, kid, put the weapon in your hands on the ground and commit suicide. We'll leave your corpse intact. A middle-aged man stared coldly at the young man in tattered clothes and roared ferociously. "Damn you! It's all of you!" The young man in tattered clothes shot out an intense killing intent from his eyes. He held his greatsword with both hands and charged forward. "Kill him!" The half-step void interpretation expert snorted coldly and threw his gloved arms forward. "Die!" The people behind him also launched their attacks. "That young man is going to die in the hands of the Ming clan. How pitiful!" "It's not just pitiful, he's extremely unlucky." When the people around saw this scene, they discussed coldly. "Hee hee, this group of people wants to kill him. They are really courting death." Wang Xian, who was standing outside, watched this scene with interest. The young man in tattered clothes was the fated person whom Wang Xian had met. He was a dual elemental cultivator of metal and water, a young man at level 9 of the supernatural realm. Now that he had obtained the inheritance of the metal and water sword principle, even though his strength was still at level 9 of the supernatural realm, he was able to fight against a half-step void interpretation stage powerhouse. If he were to combine this with the great sword of level 1 of the metal and water dual elemental void interpretation stage in his hand, he would be able to kill the middle-aged man who had just stepped into the half-step void interpretation stage. Water sword. At this moment, the young man in tattered clothes charged forward, the great sword in his hand emitting a blue light. A blue great sword that was 10 meters in size condensed from water energy charged forward. In the center of this blue great sword, there were dozens of small golden swords. An attack looked extremely strange. The water sword directly faced the Ming clan's attack. Buzz! When the water sword collided with the attacks, ripples appeared. The golden sword inside exploded, and the blue sword-shaped water energy on the outside also exploded. Under the sunlight, it emitted a beautiful light. The exploding water swords turned into small blue swords, and their speed suddenly increased several times as they charged forward. What? When they felt the blue water swords, the expressions of the members of the Ming clan changed drastically. "Be careful." The half-step void interpretation expert of the Ming clan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately warned loudly. "Blue dazzling sword." The young man in tattered clothes didn't change his expression. The large sword in his hand emitted a dazzling blue light. The blue light was even more dazzling than the sun, and it illuminated a radius of more than 1,000 meters. Divine ability, blue radiant sword. "Oh!" At this moment, a scream sounded. The half-step void interpretation expert wanted to save his clansman, but when he saw the second attack, his expression changed. How is this possible? He's clearly at transcendent level 9. How can he release such a terrifying attack? He was shocked and quickly blocked it. In the surroundings, other than him and the other 3 transcendent level 9 experts, they died under the water sword. The other 3 Type 9 Transcendents had also activated their defensive abilities to barely defend, their faces filled with fear. Bastard kill. When the half-step void interpretation expert saw that half of his tribesmen had been killed, his face was filled with rage. His body moved, and he charged towards the young man in tattered clothes. The other 3 Type 9 Transcendents had solemn expressions as they charged forward. They had never expected that a kid who looked like a wild mountain would actually possess such terrifying strength. What? Damn it! He clearly has the strength of a transcendent level rank 9. How could he erupt with such terrifying strength? It must be because of the void interpretation weapon in his hands. Kill him! Kill him! Meng Xiaoqin's expression changed drastically when he saw that more than 10 of his subordinates had been killed in an instant. He roared loudly. His eyes became even more fervent as he stared at the huge sword. Zhou Yinmei's gaze flickered when she saw his incomparably ferocious appearance. However, her gaze slowly turned cold. "If you want to kill me, then I will kill you." Jin Fa. The young man in tattered clothes was like a violent tsunami. With a loud roar, he cast another divine ability. Jin Fa. Metal attribute divine ability. What? He was clearly casting a water-type divine ability just now. Why did he suddenly cast a metal-type divine ability? A dual-element cultivator of metal and water. My God, this is a monster. A dual-element cultivator. Chapter 12:11. Sword Demon's Name 3. Dual-attributed cultivator. When everyone saw the young man in tattered clothes use his metal attribute attack again, everyone was in an uproar. Everyone was very clear about how terrifying dual-attributed cultivators were. Everyone who dared to cultivate dual-attributed was either a madman or a peerless genius. However, this level 9 transcendent, dual-attributed young man in front of them was clearly not a madman, but a peerless genius. Dual-attributed, and he has even cultivated to level 9 transcendent. His strength is definitely enough to ascend the prodigy role. This is really beyond everyone's expectations. Dual-attributed. Who would have thought that a dual-attributed genius would appear? No wonder he can fight against a half-step void interpretation. He completely has the ability to fight against opponents of a higher level. Everyone was in an uproar, their eyes wide open as they stared in shock at the young man in tattered clothes who was fighting against 3 level 9 transcendents and a half-step void interpretation expert. At this moment, his tattered clothes made him look even taller. Only a monster who trained hard could cultivate his dual attributes to such a level. What's going on in this demi-human graveyard? A month ago, a peerless genius who seemed to have dual attributes directly destroyed Heavenly Sword Star, and now another one has appeared. Heavens, isn't this letting people live? A young man sighed, looking at the shabby-clothed young man with envy and reverence. He fought against 4 experts of the Ming clan, and wasn't at a disadvantage at all. He's so strong, as expected of a peerless genius with dual attributes. An old man at the side stared at the battle in the arena and sighed. The moment the dual attribute cultivator appeared, the entire arena was in shock. How can this be? No, he must die. He must die. When Meng Xiaoqin saw the tattered clothes of the young man suddenly erupt with dual-attributed cultivation, his expression turned incomparably ugly. His eyes revealed a crazed envy as he roared in a low voice. A dual-attributed peerless genius who had even cultivated to transcendent level 9. In the future, he had a very high chance of becoming a peerless expert who could shake an entire region. To become enemies with such a person, he had to completely eliminate him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. How can this be? How is this possible? Zhou Yinmei, who was at the side, also had a face full of shock, staring at the young man in the battlefield in disbelief. Her eyes suddenly revealed a look of regret. If she could catch up to such a peerless genius, even the Zhou clan would definitely support her with all their might. Where the golden sword? Ah! Suddenly, in the battlefield, after an ice-cold shout, a miserable sound was heard. Everyone was slightly shocked. 3 level 9 transcendents fell to the ground and lost their life force. The half-step void interpretation expert was heavily injured. How is this possible? Meng Xiaoqin cried out in shock. His body trembled, and he hurriedly took out his communication stone plate. Was this the terror of a dual-element expert? This sentence appeared in the minds of everyone around. He actually mastered the combined attack of 2 types of golden water sword principles. His talent is really extraordinary. Wang Xian, who thought that he would need another 5 to 6 minutes to finish the battle, was astonished when he saw the golden piercing sword. He had mastered 2 types of golden water sword principles in a month. His talent was definitely terrifying. Yu, the half-step void interpretation expert of the Ming clan, had an extremely pale face. He had a huge sword wound on his abdomen. When he saw the ragged-clothed young man staring at him with killing intent, his expression changed drastically, and he retreated. Those who kill will be killed. The ragged-clothed young man's eyes were devoid of any emotion. He raised the large sword in his hand and slashed directly at him. In less than 20 moves, the half-step void interpretation expert of the Ming clan died. He turned his head and stared at Meng Xiaoqin. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't act recklessly. Meng Xiaoqin saw the young man in tattered clothes staring at him. His face changed drastically and he retreated. He no longer had the arrogance from before. He no longer had the arrogance of being a butcher and being a fish. His face was filled with cold sweat as his eyes flickered. Zhou Yinmei's expression was extremely ugly when she saw this scene. She looked at the tattered young man and hesitated for a moment before saying, "You should stop. The Ming clan is very strong." Bzz. The tattered young man turned his head and stared at Zhou Yinmei. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhou Yinmei's expression changed drastically while the old woman's expression also changed slightly. "All of you deserve to die," the young man in shabby clothes said coldly. This is a complete reversal of the situation just now. Everyone thought that the Ming clan was going to exterminate that young man. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Haha, now Meng Xiaoqin and Zhou Yinmei are finished. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but mock. Just a moment ago, they wanted to kill others and snatch their treasures. Now, they had become fish meat. You have a good temperament. If you continue to grow, you can become a powerhouse. Wang Xian looked at the young man in tattered clothes. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. It was not in vain for him to give him that huge sword. It didn't disappoint him. Huh. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the sky on the left. Who dares to kill a member of the Ming clan? They deserve to die 10,000 deaths. At this moment, a deep voice rang out from the sky. It was so loud that it covered an area of 5 to 6 kilometers around the sword mansion. Hearing this, everyone was slightly shocked. It's a member of the Ming clan. Oh my god. Why are there so many people from the Ming clan? Why are they rushing here so quickly? 2 void interpretation experts? Oh my god. The Ming clan only has a total of 6 void interpretation experts, and 2 of them are here. How can there be so many people? 2 insightful emptiness realm experts, and more than half of the Ming clan's elites are here. There are at least 5 or 6 half-insightful emptiness realm experts. The faces of everyone in front of the sword mansion changed drastically. They stared in shock at the 200 or so people flying toward them in the sky. That's right, there were more than 200 people, and all of them were the Ming clan's elites. Obviously, the Ming clan must have something important to bring so many clansmen to the Ladyboy graveyard. That dual-element Peerless Heaven's favorite is going to die. His luck is really not good. The Ming clan's people are actually nearby. Some people's expressions changed slightly as they sighed on behalf of the young man in tattered clothes. Haha, we all deserve to die. I think you deserve to die. No one can save your dog life today. Meng Xiaoqin hurriedly turned his head. When he saw his clansmen arrive, his face revealed an excited malevolence. He puffed out his chest and stared at the shabby-clothed young man as he roared. "AI, you're the one courting death. You can't blame anyone else." Zhou Yimei saw the Ming clansmen arrive, and also let out a slight sigh of relief. Her gaze was ice-cold as she spoke to him. When the shabby-clothed young man saw the over 200 people flying over, his expression changed drastically. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly fled into the distance. So, Hong. Suddenly, a wind sword that was at least 1,000 meters in size was inserted directly in front of the young man in tattered clothes. This caused panic to appear in his eyes. A mountain brat killed my clansman and still wants to escape? In your dreams. A green figure flashed and instantly stood on the wind sword that was 1,000 meters in size that was inserted into the ground, arrogantly staring at the young man in tattered clothes. The young man in tattered clothes had a drastic change in expression. There was a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Why are you so unlucky? 2 experts at the first level of the see-through realm. Let's test my current strength. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he thought of the young man in tattered clothes who had been kneeling in the sword tomb for more than an hour. He shook his head slowly. Being surrounded by 2 see-through realm experts and more than 200 extraordinary realm experts, that fellow was almost 100% dead. He looked at that unlucky child with some ridicule. Unlucky child. Fortunately, you met me. I'll save you one last time. Chapter 12:12. The Name of the Sword Demon 4. Wang Xian had a good impression of the young man in tattered clothes. Back then, he had given Long Haotsong's golden water sword principle to him and saved his life. He had knelt in the direction of the sword mansion for a whole hour. He could feel the nature of this young man. In addition, he had promised Long Haotsong to find a successor for him so that this successor could bring the golden water sword principle to greater heights. Even though Long Haotsong was a dead man. After all these, Wang Xian decided to make his move. With a slight movement of his palm, a long sword appeared in his hand. It was a black long sword. The long sword was extremely deep. This long sword was a non-attributed long sword. Among those of the same level, this long sword was the least valuable. However, this long sword was the most suitable for Wang Xian. The name of the sword was demon-free. It was forged from demon-free stones. It was a long sword of the second level of the see-through realm that Wang Xian obtained from the sword mansion. You want to escape? I want to see where you are going to run to. Meng Xiaoqin was excited when he saw the clan elder blocking the escape path of the young man in tattered clothes. He shouted coldly, "Xiaoqin, what's going on?" The middle-aged man who was standing on the 1,000-meter-long terrifying wind sword glanced at the young man in tattered clothes and asked, "Clan elder, this fellow killed our Meng clan's clansmen. Even half-step void interpretation and 3 rank 9 transcendence died at his hands. The weapon in his hands is a void interpretation level weapon, and he's also a golden water dual-attributed rank 9 transcendent cultivator. Clan elder, we must not let him escape." Meng Xiaoqin bowed to the middle-aged man and hurriedly said. As he spoke, the Meng clan's over 200 people directly surrounded him in the center. What? A dual-element cultivator has reached level 9 transcendent. Meng Xiaoqin's words caused even the Meng clan elder to reveal a surprised expression. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the young man in tattered clothes. This was the first time he had met such a monstrous genius. This talent was definitely worthy of being called a chosen. No matter how monstrous his talent is, no matter how peerless his magnificence is, before he grows up, he will be courting death if he dares to provoke our Meng clan. An icy voice rang out from behind. An old man slowly flew over, his aura locked onto the tattered young man in the middle. He dares to kill a member of our Meng clan. No matter what genius he is, he will die. That's right. He must die today. He must die no matter what. No one can save him. The surrounding Meng clan youths glared at the tattered youth with killing intent. No matter how monstrous your talent is, how peerless your magnificence is, or how outstanding your talent is, as long as you don't grow up, you'll still be a weakling. Zhou Yin-Mei's eyes were cold as she stared at him, muttering to herself. Everyone around them sighed when they saw this scene. Geniuses and prodigies could not be called powerhouses before they grew up. The young man in the middle, whose clothes were tattered, was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Slowly, a determined expression appeared on his face. He gripped the large sword in his hands tightly. He did not speak and remained silent. This was a kind of resolution. Let me personally kill a peerless heaven's favorite. The middle-aged man standing on the 1,000-meter greatsword said slowly. The greatsword beneath him disappeared, and a green long sword appeared in his hand. To be able to die under my sword after killing you with one strike is also an honor for you. He stared calmly at the shabby-clothed youth. Hee, isn't it a bit too much for a clan to bully an unlucky fellow? Just as the elder of the Meng clan was about to make his move. Just as his clothes were in tatters, and he was about to defend himself at the last minute, a voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire area. The sudden voice caused everyone to be slightly stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Even the 2 experts at the first level of the see-through realm were also astonished. At this moment, who would dare to say such words? Furthermore, the voice sounded so young. Was it some kid who didn't know what was good for him? However, the few young men beside Wang Xian stared at him in shock. Wang Xian had a smile on his face. The people around him could not see his smile. They could only see the black mask that he had created to cover his face. He slowly walked towards the center. He held the demon-free sword in his hand and swept his gaze across everyone in the Ming clan. Where did this reckless fellow come from? A half-step void interpretation expert from the Ming clan looked at Wang Xian coldly. His eyes were flashing with killing intent. The reckless person might not be me. Wang Xian continued to speak indifferently. He continued to walk forward in a carefree manner. When the young man who was surrounded by the green mountain in the center heard Wang Xian's voice, his body could not help but tremble. He widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian with an excited expression. This figure slowly overlapped with a shadow in his mind. It's Senior. He mumbled with an excited expression. When Wang Xian heard his soft voice, he swept his gaze across the entire Ming clan. I will protect his life. His calm and unquestionable voice entered everyone's ears once again. Who do you think you are? You're just playing tricks. When Meng Xiaoqin heard Wang Xian's words, he stared at him with an embarrassed expression. Everyone in the Ming clan's face also darkened slowly as they stared at Wang Xian, who was wearing a mask. Who is this? He actually wants to protect that young man. Judging from his voice, he sounds so young. If he wants to protect that young man, he must have the strength to deal with the two first-level void interpretation stage powerhouses in the Ming clan. Clearly, it's impossible for him to have such a young voice. When the crowd saw Wang Xian walking over calmly, they were discussing in a low voice with astonished faces. I think you want to die together with him. The middle-aged elder of the Ming clan drew the green long sword in his hand lightly and let out a gust of wind. He stared at Wang Xian coldly. Haha, let's give it a try then. Wang Xian looked at the crowd of the Ming clan and laughed out loud. Then let's kill him. Kill. The moment Wang Xian finished his last word, the demon-free sword in his hand was swung directly at the two experts of the first level of the see-through realm. Water sword. Gold-piercing sword. The powerful gold water sword principle instantly attacked them. You're courting death. The eyes of the two Ming clan, experts of the first level of the see-through realm, revealed killing intent. The long swords in their hands went up to meet the attack directly. At the instant when they attacked, Wang Xian's attack did not stop. True sword rain, an area of effect attack. The demon-free sword in Wang Xian's hand pointed toward the sky. In an instant, strange golden and blue clouds gathered in the sky. Clang, clang, clang. Within the strange clouds that covered a radius of 2 kilometers, a sword rain shot out directly and concentrated on the group of people from the Ming clan. What? He actually dared to go against so many strong people from the Ming clan. His attack is very strong. Retreat. Let's retreat quickly. The huge cloud had already covered many people in the surroundings. While they were shocked that Wang Xian actually dared to go against the Ming clan, they were also afraid of the strange cloud in the sky. Everyone quickly hid into the distance. What was going to happen next might be a battle between the insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Chapter 12-13. Name of the Sword Demon 5. The sword in the water pierced through the golden sword and attacked the two insightful void martial experts of the Ming clan. The huge and strange clouds in the sky covered all the people of the Ming clan. The sword rain attacked downwards. The group of people in front of the sword mansion hid in all directions in fear. Since you want to die with this kid, then die. When the two elders of the Ming clan saw that Wang Xian dared to attack them directly, a terrifying killing intent flashed in their eyes. The long swords in their hands attacked the underwater sword and the gold-piercing sword. What? When they collided with the underwater sword and the gold-piercing sword, shock appeared on their faces. Wind Soul. Blind Eye. The long swords in their hands shook, and they swung the water sword and the gold-piercing sword to attack again. They thought that they could break these two attacks with one sword, but they didn't expect that these two attacks were so powerful that they were shocked. They were almost as powerful as the divine abilities they used. The sword rain in the sky is also very powerful. When they defeated the sword in the water and the gold-piercing sword 5 or 6 times in a row, the densely packed sword rain in the sky had already fallen. The power of the sword rain came to the sky, making them slightly surprised. Windshield, tornado sword. The two immediately met the sword rain in the sky. Awe! Suddenly, at this moment, screams came from the surroundings. What? Their expressions changed, and they quickly looked around. At this moment, a rain of swords fell from the sky within a 2-kilometer radius of them. The rain of swords not only had the penetration of raindrops, it also had the sharpness of metal attributes. A drop of water could penetrate a stone, but what could a drop of metal sword water penetrate? When the two attributes were completely fused together, the power that erupted was absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. Dual attribute cultivators were able to fight above their level because they relied on the strength of the combination of the two attributes. What? How is this possible? Oh my God, what is this? Everyone who had retreated from the battle area looked forward with shock on their faces. Countless sword rain fell from the sky and directly attacked the Ming clan's 200-plus people. Under the dense and terrifying sword rain, warriors below rank 8 of the exceptional realm were directly turned into dead souls under the sword rain. 80% of the Ming clan's people, close to 200 people, directly fell under the sword rain's attack. They didn't have the ability to resist at all. Only warriors who had reached rank 8 of the exceptional realm could use their divine abilities to defend and barely resist the sword rain that was attacking them. Sword in the water, piercing golden sword, true sword rain. It's a senior, definitely a senior. The young man in tattered clothes standing at the side looked at Wang Xian in a daze. His eyes were filled with endless gratitude. The last time, when he was about to die in the sword tomb, that figure saved him and gave him a powerful inheritance, a level 1 void interpretation weapon. Today, when he was about to be killed, this figure came to help him kill the enemy. If I, Ren Xingqian, don't die, if one day I get my revenge, I, Ren Xingqian, will definitely do my best to repay your kindness. The tattered young man, Ren Xingqian, had a determined look in his eyes as he tightly gripped the sword in his hand. What a terrifying sword art, dual attributes, it's definitely dual attributes. At this moment, Ling Jian flew over from the outside. When she saw the battle in front of the sword manor, she was slightly stunned. When she saw the terrifying rain of swords, a look of shock appeared on her face. Dual attributes, 100% dual attributes. However, why is his attribute attack hidden? He actually can't sense it? Ling Jian looked at the terrifying sword rain and revealed a look of astonishment. The heaven-deceiving pearl could change the fluctuation of attributes, but the nature of the attack could not be changed. Wang Xian was naturally clear about this situation. The heaven-deceiving pearl's purpose was to hide the attacks of his 5 attributes, not to hide his dual attributes. Although dual attributes warriors were monstrous, it was still within the acceptable range of everyone. Such a situation of 5 attributes had never happened in the entire Transcendence continent. Therefore, Wang Xian used the heaven-deceiving pearl to change all his attacks into black. To the people outside, all attacks were black. It was also because of this that the black clouds in the sky made everyone feel strange. Bastard, you killed a member of the Ming clan. Don't even think about escaping today. Kill him. The 2 insightful emptiness realm experts of the Ming clan had extremely gloomy expressions. Their eyes were twitching violently and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Their bodies moved, and they attacked Wang Xian directly. How did it turn out like this? Meng Xiaoqin looked at the 200 dead members of the Ming clan, and his expression was a little stunned. These 200 over people were all elite disciples of the Ming clan. The Ming clan had sent out so many people because a large-scale mansion was discovered in the tomb of the demi-human. However, now, he was killed by a powerhouse who appeared out of nowhere, just because he wanted to kill a kid from the mountains. This made his head a little muddled. When you kill others, you must be prepared to be killed. Haha. Wang Xian laughed maniacally. He didn't show any signs of fear as he looked at the two insightful emptiness realm experts who were attacking him. He brandished the demon-free sword in his hand and unleashed an extreme explosion of ice and fire. The extremely hot sea of water and the golden wood explosion met the two of them directly. Damn it, this guy is so strong. The two elders of the Ming clan felt the terror of the three attacks and their faces turned gloomy. The opponent was actually able to gain the upper hand in a one-on-two battle. This made their eyes filled with solemnity. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang out. The battle between the three insightful emptiness realm experts had affected a radius of 5 to 6 kilometers. Everyone hurriedly retreated backward once again. Wang Xian's eyes were as sharp as a torch. He combined skills one by one and attacked the two of them without any hesitation. He now had 7 to 8 skills, and he had almost 10 combined skills. With each attack, he would directly release the skills and combine skills. With each attack, he had to make the two insightful emptiness realm experts resist it completely. For a moment, the wind and clouds in front of the entire sword mansion surged. Terrifying attacks surged and spread over a dozen kilometers. Everyone within a dozen kilometers could sense the attacks from the insightful emptiness realm experts. Kill that kid first? Meng Xiaoqin saw that the mysterious person who had suddenly appeared in the sky was engaged in a fierce battle with the two elders of the Meng clan. His face was extremely anxious. He stared ahead and saw Ren Xingqian standing there. He gritted his teeth and roared ferociously. Around him, there were about 30 disciples of the Meng clan. However, the weakest of these 30 disciples was at the 8th rank of the extraordinary realm. When they heard Meng Xiaoqin's words, they looked at each other. Their eyes were ice-cold as they stared at Ren Xingqian. They were filled with killing intent. This brat who was the main culprit must die. Chapter 12-14. Sword Demon Number 6. Haha, do you think I, Ren Xingqian, am afraid of you? If you want to kill me, you will have to pay a terrible price. Ren Xingqian saw the rest of the Meng clan staring at him, and his face was full of fighting spirit. Even if there were 5 or 6 half-step void interpretation experts among them, he was not afraid at all. Kill. More than 30 people of the Meng clan emitted a cold aura and directly attacked Ren Xingqian. The 30-plus people were extremely aggressive. Even though the Meng clan had lost more than 200 people, the most elite and most powerful 30 people had survived. The Meng clan's people have attacked again. That mysterious person has been restrained by 2 void interpretation experts. I reckon that young man is still in danger. The surrounding people watched from afar. When they saw the Meng clan's 30-plus experts charge over once again, they whispered, "I've said it before. I'll protect his life. Since you all want to die early, I'll fulfill your wish." Just when the Ming clan's people below had yet to rush over, a cold voice came from above. The bodies of the Ming clan's people who were rushing over stiffened slightly. A trace of fear appeared on their faces as they hurriedly looked towards the sky. "You still want to save that brat in the battle with us? Let me tell you, with your strength, you can't protect him. The Ming clan has declared his death. No one can protect him." One of the elders of the Ming clan shouted angrily when he heard Wang Xian's arrogant words. "Hee, with just the two of you." Wang Xian held the demon-free sword in his hand and waved it. The Earth Dragon shield blocked their attacks directly. Light and darkness. At the instant he blocked the attacks of the two of them, Wang Xian's body shook. Darkness suddenly spread out from his body into the surrounding space. He was like a demon. Even the sun in the sky could not shine into his darkness. The Abhijna of light and darkness. At this moment, the light and darkness Abhijna that he had comprehended through the heart of light and darkness was also a combined Abhijna. Wang Xian had never used this Abhijna before. Now that he had the heaven-deceiving pearl, he could use it without restraint. Buzz. The darkness spread out rapidly and covered an area of 2 kilometers. In this space, everyone's speed, perception, and attacks were reduced except for him. However, In this space, Wang Xian's attack and speed could be more than doubled. Whoosh! The moment the darkness enveloped him, Wang Xian's eyes were fixed on the ground and his body started to move. Be careful. Everyone from the Ming clan who was enveloped by the darkness had a drastic change in expression. They hurriedly shouted, "Die!" In this space, this group of martial artists who had yet to reach the insightful void tier were nothing but ants in his eyes. Wang Xian was so fast that even the two old men from the Ming clan could not react in time. Pooh, pooh, pooh. In the light and darkness, Wang Xian seemed to have turned into a phantom demon. The demon-free sword in his hand was like the scythe of the grim reaper who reaped lives. In this area, the members of the Ming clan didn't have the strength to resist at all. One after another, they were pierced through. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they died under Wang Xian's sword. Damn it, you mysterious thing, go to hell. In the sky, the two elders of the Ming clan felt the vitality of the people below disappearing rapidly. Their faces were furious as they roared loudly. Wang Xian raised his head and revealed a cold expression. The real battle had just begun. Now, he was going to unleash his full strength. Kill one of them first. Wang Xian's eyes were extremely cold. With a move of his body, he charged towards the two insightful emptiness realm experts in the sky. Aspect, Heavenly Wind Sword. One of the insightful emptiness realm experts could no longer hold it in and unleashed his strongest attack. Dharma Idol, Heavenly Wind Sword. The strongest attack of the Dimension Sundering Realm was aimed at Wang Xian. A dark green longsword that was surrounded by a green hurricane was gradually reduced to 2 meters in size. However, the hurricane around the longsword engulfed all living beings within a radius of 1,000 meters. Even the dark and light supernatural powers were trembling violently under the Dharma Idol of an expert of the Dimension Sundering Realm. The power of a Dharma Idol was different from that of a Dharma Idol. After the power of a Dharma Idol was unleashed, it would dissipate rapidly. On the other hand, the Dharma Idol could last for dozens of seconds or even a few minutes. During these few minutes, the attacks of the insightful emptiness realm expert would be multiplied by several times. This was the strongest part of the Dharma Idol. Windshield, trap him. Damn you, go to hell. The eyes of another insightful emptiness realm expert of the Ming clan were extremely red. His entire body trembled and the invisible wind energy in the entire area surged towards Wang Xian. A huge restriction appeared around Wang Xian. If you want to trap me, water will flood the Golden Mountain. Wang Xian's figure moved and a protective shield formed around him. Fire territory. A cold expression appeared in his eyes. A huge flaming mountain appeared in front of him and attacked the two elders of the Ming clan head-on. Hiss, what a powerful attack. However, Heavenly Wind Sword, slash. The Heavenly Wind Sword that was surrounded by tornadoes slashed directly at the fire territory. The terrifying energy caused the fire territory to explode. Die. The fire territory was defeated, but the Heavenly Wind Sword was not completely defeated. The tornadoes around the Dharma Idol Heavenly Wind Sword dissipated under the collision of the fire territory, leaving behind a resplendent green longsword that attacked Wang Xian. Haha, die. The Ming clan's elder who was controlling the Heavenly Wind Sword revealed a ferocious expression. The Ming clan's elder waved his arm and a wind shield flew towards him rapidly. This is the time. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes. His speed did not slow down at all. Instead, he increased his speed and met the resplendent green wind sword head-on. Die! Just as Wang Xian was about to collide with the Heavenly Wind Sword, the two elders of the Ming clan roared loudly. Light and dark void. Wang Xian's figure trembled as he displayed the most heaven-defying talent of the strange demon clan, Void. Buzz. The wind shield surrounded him as the resplendent Heavenly Wind Sword pierced into his chest. Just as the two of them were smiling, Wang Xian's figure became illusory. Star explosion. A cold voice was heard, causing the faces of the two elders of the Ming clan to turn stiff. The moment they saw this mysterious fellow being killed by him, the other party suddenly unleashed an even more terrifying attack. This caused the smiles of the two elders to stiffen and their pupils to dilate. Star Explosion, a 3-elemental fusion battle skill. The target of Wang Xian's attack was not the Void Walker who had released his Dharma idol, but the other elder of the Ming clan. Explode. Under the defense of the two Ming clan elders who were terrified, the starburst erupted. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying sound reverberated within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Even though it was a long distance away, there were still people who were looking in their direction. Their faces were filled with astonishment. What a terrifying aftershock of the attack. It must be a battle between at least a level 2 insightful emptiness realm expert, right? Some people stopped and looked towards the direction of the sword mansion, their eyes flashing. Chapter 12:15. Sword Demons Name 7. What a terrifying explosion. What happened inside? Hiss. When this black space appeared, the terrifying attacks inside came wave after wave. Around the sword mansion, when the stars exploded, everyone's bodies trembled as they looked inside in fear. They all took a deep breath, their faces filled with shock. The appearance of that mysterious person was simply too shocking. At this moment, in the space of light and darkness, the Ming clan elder, who had been struck by the starburst, was struck by a terrifying explosion. The defense that had just been gathered around him instantly collapsed, and the terrifying attack of the 3 elements of metal, fire, and earth directly struck his body. It was like the explosion of a meteorite, and the terrifying attack caused his arm to instantly disappear. The void penetration armor on his chest lasted for less than a second before it collapsed. Following that, his body began to collapse. His eyes were wide open and filled with fear. His body collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! In the end, his body exploded and dissipated safely. No, 8th brother. The expression of the Ming clan elder who was using the heavenly wind sword changed drastically. Now, it's your turn. Wang Xian revealed a smile when he saw an elder of the Ming clan being killed. Light and darkness were usually able to produce a terrifying effect during a battle. After the first-level void interpretation expert used his Dharma idol, he would need at least a period of time before he could use it again. Without his strongest technique, he was no match for Wang Xian. Gilded Gold Sword Pursuit. Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. With his abundant energy, he did not even use up half of it. The demon-free sword in his hand emitted a golden glow and attacked him directly. How is this possible? The last remaining Ming clan elder was extremely terrified. When he faced Wang Xian again, a hint of fear flashed across his face. That's right, fear. This mysterious person in front of him was simply too strange. His attacks contained at least 2 attributes. Moreover, he could unleash unimaginable attacks from time to time. This caused a hint of fear to surge up in his heart. This kind of bottomless enemy was the most terrifying. Looking at the gilded gold sword that was attacking him, he could only grit his teeth and execute his supernatural ability to meet it head-on. Wang Xian moved forward and brandished the long sword in his hand. He attacked continuously. In the Golden Water Sword principle, there were not only the combined attacks of the 2 elements of the metal and water, but also the usage of sword moves. With complete control of Wang Xian, the energy of the metal and water intersected continuously, forcing the Ming clan elder to defend passively. No, I'm not his match. Run. The Ming clan elder's expression changed drastically. Wind Shadow. His body moved. After receiving Wang Xian's attack, he fled into the distance. It's too late to escape. Wang Xian revealed a cold expression. He shook the long sword in his hand and shouted, "Water Tomb." The binding dual attribute combined attack instantly restrained his speed. Take another move from me. Flame-piercing gold. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement as he stabbed the demon-free sword in his hand forward. Flame-piercing gold was the second 3-attribute combined attack that Wang Xian had comprehended. Oh no, why does he have so many terrifying killing moves? The last elder of the Ming clan was drenched in cold sweat. He had already used his Dharma idol and had no way to deal with this terrifying attack. He quickly dodged to the side. However, the moment he dodged, the flame pierced through the gold and exploded. It split into dozens of small swords. The small swords covered the front and attacked rapidly. Wind, possess. He gritted his teeth and roared. His clothes whistled and emitted a rustling sound. A strong wind attribute surrounded his entire body. He tried his best to dodge Wang Xian's attack. Bang, bang, bang. When the small swords attacked, it was another terrifying threat of death. Explode. His face was livid. His body shook and the armor on his body went up to meet the swords. Bang, bang, bang. The armor of the first level of the see-through realm went up against the small swords and quickly collapsed. The power of the flame-penetrating gold continued to attack him. The last clan elder of the Ming clan had a face full of shock. The long sword in his hand stood in front of him, blocking his vital points. Bang, bang, bang. The small sword landed on his long sword, causing his arm to tremble violently. The position that was not blocked by the long sword was directly pierced through by the terrifying flame-piercing gold small sword. However, for the experts of the first rank of the profound void martial stage, as long as they did not hit their vital points, they would not die so easily. Bang, bang, bang. Another 5 or 6 small swords landed on his longsword. His entire face was extremely pale as he flew backward rapidly. When the fire-penetrating gold attack had completely dissipated, he spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The fresh blood mixed with his internal organs as he tried his best to escape into the distance. He wanted to survive. He wanted to escape. A dying struggle. Wang Xian's cold voice sounded from behind him. The body of this insightful emptiness realm expert trembled slightly. His entire body was filled with fresh blood. There was no time to heal him. Wang Xian's figure flashed and appeared directly behind him. The demon-free sword in his hand pierced through his heart directly. Buzz. At this moment, the surrounding light and dark energy were completely exhausted. The darkness that covered a 2-kilometer radius disappeared. The sun shone brightly. In the void, the black demon-free sword in Wang Xian's hand was frozen. It pierced through the elder of the Ming clan. When the darkness disappeared, everyone saw this scene. Along with this shocking scene, there were the corpses of more than 30 experts of the Ming clan on the ground. There was also the corpse of another void interpretation expert. As for that mysterious young man, there wasn't the slightest bit of blood or injury on his body. Under the gazes of the surrounding crowd, the long sword in his hand was gently pulled out. The corpse of another insightful emptiness realm expert of the Ming clan fell towards the ground. Bang! The corpse fell onto the ground with a heavy sound, as if it had smashed into everyone's heart. 2 insightful emptiness realm level 1 experts had fallen. They had been killed by a mysterious swordsman. More than 200 elite members of the Ming clan had been easily killed. Gulp. Some of the people around couldn't help but gulp as they looked at the mysterious figure in shock. So powerful. He killed 2 rank 1 void interpretation experts by himself. Most importantly, his voice and figure make him look so young. One of the girls widened her eyes and mumbled, "Bang, Senior, thank you for saving me again. Thank you for your grace." At this moment, Ren Xingqian kneeled on the ground and bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. "Senior, can you take me as your disciple? Can you let me follow you? I'm willing to do anything for you." He raised his head, full of respect, eyes full of desire, said, Chapter 12:16. The Name of the Sword Demon 8. In front of the Sword Mansion, a mysterious young man stood in the void with a black longsword in his hand. Below him, there were more than 200 corpses lying on the ground, including 2 half-step void interpretation level corpses. In the middle, a young man was kneeling there. Around him were more than 1,000 people with shocked expressions. Wang Xian was floating in the sky. His gaze swept around and looked at the young man kneeling below him. Upon hearing his words, his expression didn't change at all. Take him in as a disciple? Be an ox or a horse? Wang Xian moved his body and landed on the ground slowly. He swept his cold gaze across the corpses around him. With a move of his arm, he kept all of them into his interspatial ring. Master, please take me in as a disciple. Please let me serve you by your side. I beg you. Ren Xingqian saw Wang Xian flying below and ignoring him. He knelt on the ground and shouted loudly again with an excited expression. As he spoke, he kowtowed to Wang Xian. When everyone around saw this scene, they were shocked. Wang Xian looked at Ren Xingqian and shook his head lightly. I will not take you in as my disciple. What? That young man wants to acknowledge this mysterious person as his master, but he refused. You have to know that this young man is a peerless heaven's favorite with both metal and water attributes. Who wouldn't want to have such a monstrous disciple? He actually rejected it. He even refused? This young man in shabby clothes has such monstrous talent, yet he still refused. You have to know that if this young man doesn't perish, he will definitely be a mighty powerhouse in the future. When the surrounding people saw Wang Xian's direct and indifferent rejection, they were shocked. They whispered in disbelief. Such a monstrous heaven's favorite. If he were to say that he wanted to find a master, there would definitely be a 4th or 5th level void interpretation stage powerhouse who would be willing to take him in as a disciple. Who would reject such a disciple with unlimited potential? However, Wang Xian would reject it without even the slightest hesitation. He would not accept Ren Xingqian as his disciple, nor would he let him be a slave. He was merely a disciple at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, so what if he was a dual-attributed genius? To accept such a disciple and still have to be responsible for him, it would only cause more trouble. He did not even bring Ao Yao with him this time around. How could he accept a burden? To him, a peerless heaven's favorite with dual attributes was merely SOSO. At the very least, Ao Yao could instantly kill Ren Xingqian. Even if Ren Xingqian became a powerhouse in the future, Ao Yao would still be able to kill him instantly. Master, I beg you. Ren Xingqian gritted his teeth when he heard his rejection. He kowtowed heavily once again. All right, since you said that I won't take you in as my disciple, I won't take you in. It's just that we are fated to be together. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said coldly. He turned around and walked straight to the edge of the tomb of the demi-human. A man should strengthen himself. Strength is the foundation. I can save you twice, but it's impossible for me to save you 3 times. As Wang Xian walked, he relaxed his eyebrows and reminded him lightly. After that, his figure flashed and he flew out quickly. A man should be strong. Ren Xingqian's face was filled with disappointment when he saw Wang Xian leaving. However, a determined look appeared on his face soon after. He raised his head abruptly and shouted with determination, Senior, can you leave a name for me? Where can I find you? When I become stronger, when I become a strong person, I want to find you. We are fated to meet, but not fated to meet. However, Wang Xian's answer was bound to disappoint him. A dispirited look appeared on his face. His eyes flickered as he looked at Wang Xian's figure until he disappeared. Even such a proud son of heaven doesn't know. This mysterious person is really arrogant. I'm afraid he is also a strong person with dual attributes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight against 2 people by himself and kill all of them. In the surroundings, an old man at the 1st level of the profound void tier muttered. He looked at Ren Xingqian, wishing that he could take him in as a disciple. Unfortunately, he didn't have the qualifications. Clang! Right at this moment, the sound of a sword rang out from the center. Everyone was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked over. Their faces slowly revealed a stunned expression. They saw Ren Xingqian, who was holding a large sword in his hand, slowly stand up. His gaze was filled with determination and fighting spirit. He stared at Zhou Yinmei and walked over step by step with determination. What is he trying to do? When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces revealed a shocked expression. Zhou Yinmei's expression also changed slightly. When she saw Ren Xingqian walking over, she could not help but take 2 steps back. She squeezed out a smile on her face. You. Congratulations. I knew that you would be able to survive. Zhou Yinmei's expression was extremely ugly as she said this. Although Senior did not take me as his disciple, I will remember his words in my heart. A man should strengthen himself. Only strength is the foundation. Only strength. If others provoke me, Ren Xingqian, I can kill them. If you don't have strength, then you have to strengthen yourself and make yourself stronger. Ren Xingqian walked towards him, step by step, his face full of determination. You. What do you want to do? Zhou Yinmei looked at his determined eyes, her eyes filled with panic as she asked hesitantly. I'll kill you. Ren Xingqian did not hide anything. He raised the large sword in his hand and directly attacked her. He directly released his strongest attack, the piercing golden sword. No, don't. Zhou Yinmei's face revealed a terrified expression, wanting to flee into the distance. Even the old woman beside him had a shocked expression. The old woman's strength was only at the 9th rank of the Ascended Realm. Facing a peerless genius that could kill a half-step void interpretation realm expert, she didn't have the strength to resist. Ah! A scream ended Zhou Yinmei's life. Ren Xingqian didn't hesitate and flew into the distance. He wanted to leave this place and find a place to become stronger. Dual attributes, dual attributes. He is truly a peerless genius. This Ren Xingqian is simply too powerful. He has the strength to kill a half-step void interpretation expert at the level of Transcendent Level 9. That sword technique is too powerful. He is simply the king of sword cultivators, the Sword King. He can't be called the Sword King yet. It is not an exaggeration to call the mysterious youth who exterminated the Meng clan the Sword King. His strength is so terrifying. I can take up the title of Little Sword King. However, I feel that the mysterious expert should be called the Sword Demon. Oh my God! With a wave of his long sword, black gas filled the air. The terrifying and deep black space killed more than 200 people in one move. 2 experts at the 1st level of the Void Interpretation Realm. The name of the Sword Demon lives up to its name. Little Sword King Ren Xingqian. The mysterious Sword Demon was able to slash the Void Interpretation Realm. When Ren Xingqian and Wang Xian left the surroundings, the people around the Sword Mansion began to discuss among themselves. Ren Xingqian, who had both metal and water attributes, was known as the Little Sword King for his ability to kill people of a higher level than him. The mysterious young man should not be very old either. He killed more than 200 people in a single battle and was known as the Sword Demon. The appearance of 2 such freakish people would definitely cause a stir in the human demon graveyard in the next few days. Chapter 12:17. Saving Ling Jian. Wang Xian walked in the air. His strength had increased so much that he was no longer sprinting on land like before. With his current strength, he could kill a powerhouse at the 1st level of the see-through realm in his human form. If he were to transform into a divine dragon, his strength would increase again. According to his estimation, although he could not defeat a powerhouse at the 2nd level of the see-through realm in his divine dragon form, he would definitely be able to escape from the hands of a powerhouse at the 2nd level of the see-through realm. However, what he did not know was that after he left, he had another name. The mysterious man, the Sword Demon. Even if he knew, Wang Xian could only smile. He could not walk the path of swordsmanship. The sword was just to display the offensive techniques of the Golden Water Sword principle. When Wang Xian had completely integrated the combined attacks of his attributes, he would be able to display all the attacks of the Golden Water Sword principle without using his sword. He was not a pure swordsman. Wang Xian flew quickly to where he was staying and arrived at the pine and poplar forest in less than an hour. Oh, woo! When he opened the door, the cry of the spirit purple Qilin could be heard from inside. It stood up and walked over with its huge body. It was obvious that it had not seen Wang Xian for a month and even missed him. Wang Xian rubbed its head and took out the corpses of a few ferocious beasts from his interspatial ring. Oh, woo! It let out an excited cry and swallowed it directly. After all, it had not eaten for a month. "I've found a few playmates for you." As Wang Xian spoke, he moved his Naling bag and 5 little golden monkeys came out from it. The demonic beast cub, the little yin monkey, was obtained from the Black Cloud Fort. However, other than the little yin monkey, there were a few other living creatures that came out from within. It was a tortoise with a blood-red shell. It had a blood-red head and looked extremely ferocious. It was a void interpretation first-level dire beast, the blood fiend tortoise. It had a 3-meter-long body and its shell was filled with sharp spikes. When this tortoise came out, 6 more tortoises came out. However, this time, it was not the blood fiend tortoise, but the blood trace tortoise. The blood trace turtle was a ferocious beast 2 levels lower than the blood trace turtle. The strength of the 6 turtles was only at transcendent level 9. Wang Xian obtained these turtles from the blood spirit cave. This was also because he had stayed in the blood spirit cave for a few hours. The owner of the blood spirit cave had obviously kept many ferocious beasts and pets. All of them were corpses. Only a few turtles with relatively strong vitality survived. Wang Xian spent some time to subdue all of them. "Don't leave this courtyard." Wang Xian ordered the group of ferocious beasts and walked into the room. Apart from the blood evil turtle and the spirit purple unicorn, Wang Xian was prepared to sell all of these ferocious beasts. Especially the 5 little yin monkeys. They would definitely fetch a good price. "Let's tidy up our harvest." Wang Xian walked into the room and took out the interspatial rings of the Ming clan's people. He checked the treasures inside. TSK, my harvest this time should be close to 2 trillion middle-grade spiritual stones, right? Wang Xian's face was filled with excitement. The spiritual liquid, elixirs, and spiritual herbs only took up a portion. For example, weapons, armor, formations, demonic beast cubs, ferocious beast pets, pet eggs, and 2 half-step void interpretation ferocious beast bloodlines. There were almost all kinds of things. In addition to the items he obtained from over 200 people of the Ming clan, all of them were above transcendent level 6. He could have whatever he wanted. "I'll first consume these spiritual herbs, pills, and spiritual liquid." Wang Xian sorted out all the items one by one and looked at the items that could directly increase his dragon energy. Without any hesitation, he consumed them directly and transformed them into dragon energy. The dragon energy that was difficult to increase was increasing at a terrifying speed. Name, Wang Xian. Race, 5 elemental divine dragon, able to transform into a human. Level, extraordinary 8th level. Dragon crystal, 3017640/100000000. Supernatural ability, ruling the water tribe that is lower than one's own level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability, fire dragon's flame, gold splits the void, descent of the wood world, water crisis city, fury of the earth, soul capture, spirit possession, light and dark fire dragon eyes, light and dark void, light and dark shadowless, earth dragon shield, light and dark, divine dragon's fire tail, water spirit, fire territory, water and wood healing. Dragon Palace, level 3. Dragon Palace members, 3,395. Close to 30 million, an increase of 30 million dragon crystals. After Wang Xian swallowed all the spiritual herbs, pills, and spiritual liquid, together with the energy he obtained from Long Xiaotian, the amount of energy he needed to level up had reached 1/3. Selling the remaining resources will definitely increase my level. Wang Xian grinned. There were the most materials for crafting, and many of them were at the void interpretation level. Other than that, there were weapons and armors that had been crafted. There were 7 to 8 formations that were obtained from the Sword Mansion. The highest grade formation was the sword formation at the second level of the insightful void tier. It was extremely powerful. Other than refining the materials into weapons and armors, I have to think of a way to get rid of all these items. Wang Xian was deep in thought. He couldn't buy them from Long Shout Eon, but he should be able to help sell them. However, he hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. There were too many items and the value was too high. It might take a long time for him to help deal with them. Is there an auction house here? Should I go and take a look? Wang Xian thought about it. He only went to the hiring association once and didn't take a good look at the surroundings of the hiring association. It seemed that he would have to stroll around here and find a way to convert the resources into his own strength as soon as possible. Let's rest for a while first. However, Wang Xian didn't go out immediately. He hadn't rested for more than a month and was lying comfortably in his room. Roar, roar, roar. Wang Xian didn't know how long he had slept. He felt that he had slept for at least more than 10 hours. A roar came from outside and woke him up. He frowned slightly, put on his clothes, and walked into the courtyard. The moment he came out, he saw Ling Zeline, Blood Evil Turtle, and the rest of the demonic beasts staring fiercely at Xiao Ha, who was standing on the wall. Roar, roar, roar. This Xiao Ha cried out with a pitiful face full of anxiety. When it saw Wang Xian coming out, it suddenly shrunk its head and cried out immediately. Save me. The human voice that came out of his mouth surprised Wang Xian slightly. He waved his hand and ordered Ling Zeline and the rest to stop shouting. He stared at Xiao Ha and asked directly, What did you say? Save, Jian chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiao Ha stood on the wall and cried out anxiously. However, as he was a cub, he didn't know many languages. As he spoke, he was anxious. He extended his hand and pointed to the other side of the wall. Are you asking me to go with you? Wang Xian looked at the anxious little fellow curiously and asked with a look of surprise on his face. Oh, woo. Xiao Han nodded his head vigorously and gestured once again. All right, I'll go over. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. He flew straight to the wall. Xiao Ha turned his head and brought him to a courtyard at the side. When Wang Xian came to the wall of another courtyard, he saw a woman lying in the courtyard. Chapter 12:18. He was the sword demon. It seems to be the lady called Ling Jian. Wang Xian looked at the lady who was lying on the ground with a look of surprise on his face. A war. Seeing that Wang Xian was standing there motionlessly, Xiao Ha bit on Wang Xian's pants and tugged anxiously. Why is she lying here? It shouldn't be. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Ha and flew to the lady's side. Wang Xian sensed her life force and frowned slightly. Her aura was weak and she could die at any time. Water and wood healing. Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. The dual attribute healing spell landed on her body. A terrifying life force entered Ling Jian's body. The majestic life force caused her body to move. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. It had to be said that Ling Jian was very beautiful. At least in Wang Xian's eyes, she wasn't any worse than Shu Qing and the rest. However, she wasn't any better than Shu Qing and the rest either. Therefore, Wang Xian didn't have the slightest fluctuation when faced with such an ordinary beauty. Ling Jian woke up. Her face gradually regained its rosy color. She was slightly stunned when she saw Wang Xian. Oh, woo. At this moment, Xiao Ha jumped in front of Ling Jian's face excitedly and licked it. Ling Jian's heart was slightly enlightened. She looked at Wang Xian and said coldly, Thank you. No need. Wang Xian stood there and shook his head. He didn't leave immediately. At this moment, Wang Xian and Ling Jian's face suddenly changed drastically. Their ruddy face quickly turned pale. She frowned and touched the spot on her chest. Her expression changed slightly. It's poison, heavenly antidote flower poison. Ling Jian's expression darkened. She shook her lips tightly and her body started to tremble slightly. However, her expression quickly calmed down. Wang Xian looked at her in astonishment. Ling Jian was poisoned. It was a lethal poison. She had merely used her strong vitality to recover from it. The poison had not been removed at all. It was obvious that she had also realized that she was poisoned. However, she did not react at all. Her aura gave him an ashen look as if she had accepted the fact that she was dead. I can save you. Wang Xian had wanted to wait for her to speak first. However, he had no choice but to speak. You can save me? I have been poisoned by the heavenly antidote flower poison. Even if a powerhouse at the first level of the see-through realm was poisoned, he would still die. There is no antidote at all. A faint desire to live flashed across Ling Jian's eyes. She raised her head and looked at him. 10,000 spiritual liquid, Wang Xian said faintly. Ling Jian was slightly stunned when she heard her words. It was obvious that she was stunned by her words. Is it too much? Wang Xian saw her expression and frowned slightly. 9,000 is fine. If it's really not possible, 8,000 it is. Ling Jian was even more stunned when she heard her words. This was the first time she had seen someone speak to her in such a manner. To be able to raise a pup of a demonic beast with a level 2 void interpretation bloodline and use a level 2 void interpretation weapon, you shouldn't be unable to even take out 8,000 spiritual liquid, right? It can't be any less. If you don't have it, give me the weapon in your hand. Wang Xian frowned and said to her, I have 10,000 spiritual liquid. Here. Oh. The pain in her body made her react. She quickly said as she felt a pain in her chest. She couldn't help but spit out blood and immediately took out 10,000 spiritual liquid from her interspatial ring. She is indeed a rich woman. When Wang Xian saw the spiritual liquid, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He moved his arm and placed it directly on her shoulder. Ling Jian's body trembled. She couldn't help but widen her eyes slowly. The consumption is too great. Phew, all right, I'm leaving. In just a dozen seconds, Wang Xian retracted his arm. His body, which was full of smiles, moved and disappeared. He returned to his own courtyard. Ling Jian was in a daze as she sensed her body. Her face was filled with disbelief. He really cured the heavenly antidote flower poison. This? Her eyes flickered as she looked at her interspatial ring. Her breathing was slightly hurried. In order to obtain the item in the interspatial ring, she was willing to risk her life. If it wasn't for the person who suddenly appeared, she would definitely die. Even if I obtain this treasure and become a peerless expert, what can I do? Defeat him? A bitter expression appeared on her face. Ao. Xiaoha's cry came from beside her. Ling Jian smiled and carried him. Thank you, Xiaoha. She stood up slowly and carried Xiaoha. Ao. Xiaoha raised his head proudly. Then, he extended his claw and pointed in the direction of Wang Xian's courtyard. Ling Jian followed the direction of its paw and muttered, What a strange fellow. A war. Suddenly, Xiaoha let out a weak cry, causing Ling Jian to be slightly stunned. He wah. Xiaoha looked at Ling Jian and spat out a word. Then, it began to gesture with its paw and opened its mouth wide. Are you saying that he is very strong? Ling Jian looked at it and asked with a smile. Ow, wah, ow. Little Han nodded its head heavily and began to gesture again. At the last moment, at the spot between its eyebrows, where the white face was, another eye opened. Ling Jian was slightly stunned and opened her mouth slightly. You mean, he's that sword devil? Ao. Xiaoha nodded heavily once again. Ling Jian looked at the courtyard not far away from her, her eyes filled with astonishment. He was actually the sword demon. The sword expert who had killed 2 insightful Void Realm experts yesterday, the sword demon. Having witnessed his strength with her own eyes, even she was incomparably impressed. However, such a powerful sword demon was actually such a young man. How was this possible? However, Xiaoha had a third eye and a terrifying sense of smell. There was no way she would make a mistake. I really didn't expect such a greedy guy to be that cold-blooded sword demon. Ling Jian recalled the scene of Wang Xian saving her and asking for the spiritual liquid. She couldn't believe that sword demon was such a person. Haha, saving a person cost less than 1,000 dragon crystals and earned 9,000 spiritual liquid. Wang Xian returned to the courtyard and couldn't help but laugh. It would be great if I could meet more people like this. Wang Xian thought with a smile. He didn't want to wait for that lady to die before he could obtain her treasures. There was a way for a gentleman to take what he liked. Of course, if someone had ulterior motives, Wang Xian would not only take his wealth, but also let the dragon pool absorb his corpse. Wang Xian, who was in a good mood, beckoned to Ling Zeline and the rest of the demonic beasts before flying towards the center of the city. He wanted to see if there was any place where he could sell the resources he had as soon as possible. When he arrived at the center of the hiring association, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. After hesitating for a moment, he walked towards the holy item forging workshop. He wanted to see the price of weapons recycled by the holy relic forging workshop. Chapter 12:19 Dragon and Phoenix Grocery Store. 70%? Only 70% of the market price? Wang Xian entered the holy item forging workshop and asked the staff inside with a frown. Of course. You still want to recycle at the market price? How is that possible? The staff replied to him with a slight sneer. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and walked straight out. He walked on the bustling road and looked around. Wang Xian would naturally not sell all kinds of weapons and armors to them at 70% of the market price. He had so many weapons in his hands. It was a complete loss to sell them to the holy item forging workshop. Let's see if there's an auction house. If it's an auction house, it would be a quick way. Wang Xian looked around. After walking for a short while, he saw an extremely glorious auction house, the Blood Emperor Auction House. This Blood Emperor auction house seems to be set up by the Blood Flow Empire. Wang Xian walked over immediately. However, what made him feel helpless was that the Blood Emperor auction house was held once a month. It was only held for 2 days this month. If he wanted to auction items, he would have to wait until the following month. No, 1 month is too long. Wang Xian shook his head and continued to look around. There were all kinds of shops. They were densely packed with elixirs, weapons, pets, mounts, formations, spiritual meat. There were thousands of different shops in the central area. There were big ones and small ones. I took a look at 2 more auction houses, but the scale of the auction house was too small. Wang Xian had too many things. He didn't dare to entrust such a small auction house to conduct an auction. This made him frown. Hold an auction on my own? Get Long Xiaotian over to oversee the auction to prevent people from directly snatching it. He pondered in his heart, but he quickly ruled it out. There were too many things involved. Publicity was one aspect. Moreover, if an auction was to be held, there had to be a strong person overseeing it. Long Xiaotian was in the assessment period. During this period, the power of the Light Dragon dynasty was forbidden to be used. With only the title of a prince, it was obvious that he could not suppress the other factions. Another important point was that if he were to get close to Long Xiaotian, he reckoned that the other factions would not need to do anything. The other princes of the Light Dragon Empire would come to rob this auction. Creak. The sound of the door closing came from the side. An old man walked out and pasted a note on the door. He shook his head and left. Wang Xian took a glance and stopped. He looked deep in thought. Open my own shop? His eyes flickered. He still had a lot of metal materials that he needed to refine into weapons. Those materials would take at least 5 to 6 days to be refined. Why don't I open my own shop and get Long Xiaotian to help recruit people to advertise it? I can refine weapons on my own and sell things normally. If my reputation starts to spread, the items in the shop should be sold out very quickly. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he pondered for a while. This method was really feasible. Since he could sell it at a high price, it wouldn't take long for him to refine weapons and armor in the shop. He made a decision in his heart and began to search for a suitable shop in the entire area. The location of the shop was not bad, but the shop was too small. Wang Xian's shop was a grocery store. There were all kinds of miscellaneous items and even demonic beasts and ferocious beasts for sale. Naturally, he had to find a bigger shop. After searching for a while, Wang Xian identified a shop that was on sale. It was big enough and had 3 floors. It used to be a weapons shop, but now it was closed. Wang Xian immediately contacted the owner and bought it for 50 million middle-grade spirit stones. 50 million middle-grade spirit stones was definitely a very high price. However, this was the tomb of a demi-human. If one wanted to open a shop in the tomb of a demi-human and owned a shop, the price would naturally be hundreds of times higher than the price outside. After buying it, Wang Xian immediately flew towards his residence. He needed to make some preparations. He was going to contact Long Shout Eon and bring some people to patronize the shop. He was going to set up the shop. Bang! When Wang Xian pushed open the door of the courtyard, he looked into the courtyard in slight astonishment. Roar! Roar! In the courtyard, Xiao Ha was standing on the body of a level 9 see-through blood-trace turtle. He was chirping with the 5 little yin monkeys. At the side, Ling Zilin and the blood-evil turtle were lying on the ground. They did not pay any attention to Xiao Ha. When it saw Wang Xian enter, it shrunk its head and threw something at him. This is... Wang Xian was stunned when he saw the blood-red item that contained energy being thrown at him. Blood essence. 700 dragon crystals can be extracted from dragon energy. Blood essence. Is this the blood essence? Wang Xian immediately took it and examined it carefully. Blood essence was similar to the spiritual liquid. It was 2 items that were produced in the human demon graveyard. The spiritual liquid was very useful to humans. Blood essence was very useful to demonic beasts and people with bloodlines. No wonder the spirit purple Kylan blood evil turtle didn't chase it out. It turned out that it bribed the treasure and even got along with a few demonic beasts. Wang Xian revealed a smile and kept the blood essence. He looked at Xiao Ha and his body trembled slightly. A wave of kindness was transmitted directly into Xiao Ha's mind. Xiao Ha was slightly stunned. He looked at Wang Xian slowly with a gaze filled with friendliness. That Lingjian is really careless. She let a cub with the bloodline of a second-level void interpretation stage demon beast go so easily. If I have any thoughts, I can subdue it directly. Wang Xian thought to himself. Roar! Roar! At this moment, Xiao Ha flew towards Wang Xian and stood on his shoulder intimately. Wang Xian stroked its head and sat on the chair beside it. He poured himself a cup of tea and sent a message to Long Xiaotian. He gave a brief explanation and asked him to help promote his shop when it opened. After sending the message, Wang Xian took out a piece of metal material and prepared to make a signboard. The signboard didn't need to be too good, but it couldn't be too bad either. It was made of metal material of extraordinary level 8. Let's call the shop Dragon and Phoenix grocery store. The items sold are pretty miscellaneous anyway. Wang Xian thought to himself as he carved the words Dragon and Phoenix grocery store on the metal material. Xiao Ha, come back? Not long after, Lingjian Er's cold voice came from outside the courtyard. Roar! Roar! Xiao Ha lay on its shoulder and roared towards the direction outside. Huh! Xiao Ha, come over. Lingjian Er's figure was suspended in the air. She looked at Xiao Ha, who was lying beside Wang Xian, with a surprised expression. Wasn't Xiao Ha a little afraid of him? Why did he look so intimate now? Why didn't he come over even if she called him? In the past, she would have come over as long as she called Xiao Ha softly. Oh, woo! Xiao Ha looked at Wang Xian with a face full of reluctance and rubbed his head against him. Chapter 1220, Dragon and Phoenix Grocery Store 2. Ling Jin was even more astonished when she saw Xiao Ha rubbing her head against Wang Xian's body reluctantly. A hint of displeasure appeared on her face. After all, Xiao Ha was her pet and her most intimate little guy. Xiao Ha, come over quickly. Ling Jian shouted again with an unhappy expression. Oh, woo. Xiaoha shouted and ran towards Ling Jian. Humph. Seeing it running over, Ling Jian pinched its face with displeasure. She looked at Wang Xian curiously and asked with a straight face, "Why is Xiaoha so close to you?" Wang Xian raised his head and looked at Ling Jian. He smiled faintly and said, "Because I am a beast tamer. If I want to, I can even make your pet obey my orders." You. Ling Jian's expression changed slightly when she heard his words. She frowned and glared at Wang Xian. "Don't use your beast-taming skills on Xiaoha. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. I'm your savior. Moreover, do you think you're my opponent?" Wang Xian smiled nonchalantly when he heard her words. Roar, roar, roar. Chirp, chirp. Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, the group of ferocious beasts and demonic beasts in the courtyard started to chirp and looked at her. Ling Jian felt waves of aura and her expression changed slightly. Her gaze swept across the group of ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. Compared to the last time, there were many more ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. This was especially so for the 3-meter-long bloody evil turtle that was filled with a bloody evil aura. It's at the void interpretation level again. Her pupils constricted. Awoo. Xiaoha, who was on her shoulder, instead barked at the group of demonic beasts. Gigi. A few little yin monkeys jumped to the bottom of the wall and barked at Xiaoha. Their golden eyes stared at it. Little yin monkeys with half-step void interpretation bloodline. She looked at these monkeys and was slightly surprised. When she looked at the demonic beasts and ferocious beasts in the courtyard, her eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at the 1-meter-sized small tree beside Wang Xian. The small tree was 1 meter-sized and had golden leaves. The entire small tree emitted a strong metal attribute. It emitted a golden glow and covered an area of 2 to 3 meters. Golden lotus tree. It's actually a golden lotus tree. Her eyes flickered as she recalled the precious inheritance she had obtained. Are you selling that golden lotus tree of yours? She hesitated for a moment before asking Wang Xian. Come in and tell me if you have something to say. Don't stand on the wall of my house. If you don't know, I would think that you're a thief. Wang Xian glanced at her and said indifferently. Ling Jian's expression changed slightly. She moved and landed coldly in the courtyard. She stared at the golden lotus tree and asked, Are you selling it? Yes, I'm selling everything in the entire courtyard, except for the spiritual Zelene and the blood evil turtle. Wang Xian looked at her and gestured to the chair at the side. Ling Jian stood there without moving. How much spiritual liquid? Name a price. I haven't thought about it yet. When my grocery store is open for business, I'll list the price then. Wang Xian smiled. Looking at the signboard that he had made, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Grocery store? Ling Jian looked at him in confusion. Yes, grocery store. It's my store. I need to make some arrangements now. If you want to buy it, you can go to my store tomorrow. There might be things you need in there. Wang Xian stood up and said to her directly, Where is your grocery store? Ling Jian quickly asked. I can't really describe the exact location. It's the first day of business tomorrow. I need to go and arrange it now. Wang Xian thought for a moment and shook his head. He kept the signboard and some metal materials into his space. Keep the golden lotus tree for me. I'll go and buy it tomorrow. Ling Jian said to Wang Xian. Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head. Okay. She took a glance at Wang Xian and flew back to her own place. A golden lotus tree at the first level of the void interpretation realm can be sold at a good price. This girl is a rich lady. Wang Xian watched her disappear and revealed a smile on his face. He put away all the items and placed the group of demonic beasts into his storage spiritual bag. Then, he flew directly to the shop. When he arrived at the shop, there were a lot of people around him even at night. Wang Xian looked at the shop's door and waved his arm. He placed the brand of the Dragon and Phoenix grocery store on it. His shop was not eye-catching. It was even more insignificant when placed in the middle of the bustling human cemetery. The words grocery store seemed to be of a lower class as well. Wang Xian did not pay much attention to it and walked straight into the shop. The entire shop was extremely clean and tidy. For an expert, all he needed to do was to use a little energy to clean up all the dirt. Set up a beast pen here to sell pets. Sell weapons here, armor here, hidden weapons here, and so on. As for the formation here, there are also a few pet eggs. Wang Xian sorted out the items one by one. On the second floor, he sold items of the insightful void tier. When Wang Xian displayed the items in his interspatial ring one by one, the entire shop became even more chaotic. A few demonic beasts and ferocious beasts were shouting. Weapons, spears, clubs, and weapons were hanging haphazardly. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. I still have a lot of metal materials in my hands. I'll forge some weapons and armor sets. Wang Xian took a look around and walked to the back. He placed the blood evil turtle and the spirit purple Qilin in the storage spiritual bag at the back and treated them as divine beasts. If someone came to cause trouble, he could just let the two of them go. Wang Xian thought about it and came to the third floor. The third floor was a place that he specially used to forge weapons and armor. He took out the materials one by one and started to forge them immediately. The night passed quickly. The sky was bright. Wang Xian took a look at the weapons, armor, and battle boots that he had crafted. He took them downstairs and placed them on the floor. Open for business. He revealed a faint smile and opened the door of the shop. Senior brotherine, look, it's him. It's that guy. When Wang Xian opened the door of the shop, a young man pointed at Wang Xian at a spot not far from the street. He quickly said to Yin Xianfeng, who was beside him, I've been looking for this fellow for half a month. I finally found him. Yin Xianfeng turned his head and looked over. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he clenched his fists tightly. His severed arm had already recovered. His eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Senior brotherine, don't be rash. His strength? The young man beside Yin Xianfeng hurriedly reminded him. They knew very well that the other party's strength was not something they could provoke. I know. Yin Xianfeng calmed down slightly. He looked at the shop and slowly opened his mouth. Back then, you crippled my arm and embarrassed me. In order to take revenge, I sacrificed a lot. Next, I will let you know the consequences of provoking me. His eyes flickered with a cold light as he flew directly towards the island of the Light Dragon Dynasty. Chapter 1221, Dragon and Phoenix Grocery Store 3. Wang Xian, who opened the door, didn't notice that there was someone outside who had been looking for him for a long time. He took a look at the store and sat on a chair. He poured himself a cup of tea and sat there leisurely, waiting for customers to arrive. It was estimated that Long Xiaotian would bring some people to support the store before long. When the time came, business would naturally arrive. Young Royal Highness, this should be a newly opened shop. They didn't pay us the safety management fee. On the left of the Dragon and Phoenix grocery store, there were two shops that weren't very big. However, the third shop was much bigger. It was at least 10 times the size of Wang Xian's shop. It had a total of more than 10 floors. This was a restaurant with the words Organ Restaurant written on it. To be able to open a shop here with such a large area, the background of the shop was definitely not simple. Otherwise, the shop would have been torn down long ago. The force behind the Organ Restaurant was the 9-Star Dynasty. The 9-Star Dynasty was a dynasty that was not considered to be very strong. However, it was a dynasty after all, and its strength could not be underestimated. At the entrance of the Organ Restaurant, an old man stood beside a young man and whispered to him. There were 2 men and 3 women around the young man. How many shops near our restaurant are under our control? The young man was very fat and weighed at least 200 kilograms. He glanced around and asked impatiently, Young Prince, the 20 shops around our restaurant are all within our range. They must pay a safety fee for opening a shop here. Each shop has 5 spirit liquids a month. The old man reported from beside him. What? Only 5 spirit liquids? 20 shops only have 100 spirit liquids every month. That's so little? The fat youth frowned and said with a displeased expression. His expression was very unpleasant. Young Royal Highness, 5 spirit liquids is over 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones. That's not a small amount. A hint of speechlessness flashed through the old man's eyes. No wonder this young Royal Highness was sent here. FUCK, I thought there would be a lot of spirit liquid. Let's make it 5. Let's go over. If that guy doesn't take the initiative to pay the management fee, we'll directly double the penalty. If he dares to not pay, we'll tear down his shop. The fat young man revealed an unhappy expression and directly walked forward. Young prince, the few of us aren't here to accompany you to collect rent. Quickly settle the matters here. A young man next to him said with a smile. All right. Let me familiarize myself with the matters here first. The fat young man looked at the few people next to him and waved his hand. The other few people behind him smiled. Grocery store? This, young prince, a store that sells groceries. What kind of spirit liquid can you receive? A woman looked at the store in front of her with a funny expression. Looks like it's another poor guy. Last time, this shop sold the meat of ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. It only lasted for a month before it closed down. The old man beside him took a look and frowned slightly. No matter what he sells, he has to hand over the safety management fee to me. The fat young man had a fierce expression on his face as he walked into the shop aggressively. Wang Xian, who was sitting in the shop, was drinking tea with one hand while the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were dancing on his fingers with the other hand. When there were no customers, Wang Xian could practice his attribute combination combat techniques. There are customers already? Wang Xian smiled when he saw 7 people walking in from the door. What do you want to buy? Wang Xian asked faintly with a smile on his face. What do I want to buy? Don't you know that you have to pay a safety fee for opening a new shop? Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, the plump young man who walked in aggressively raised his head and shouted coldly. Safety fee? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. He glanced at the few people who came with ill intentions and narrowed his eyes slightly. What is a safety fee? You are the owner of this shop, right? The safety fee is just that. You open a shop here, and our organ restaurant will guarantee your safety. You know the rules here as well. If you don't have the ability, open a shop, it's normal to be robbed by others. If you pay the safety fee, you will be protected by our accordion restaurant. The old man beside the fat young man stared at Wang Xian and said faintly, Hee, I don't need your protection. If you are not here to buy things, I'll have to trouble you to get out. Wang Xian looked at them with a hint of mockery and said directly, Huh. The old man's face turned cold when he heard Wang Xian's words. He narrowed his eyes and sized him up carefully. Are you sure? Don't regret it when the time comes. If you don't have the strength, you will have to pay a heavy price to open a shop in the tomb of the demi-human. He stared at Wang Xian with a cold expression. A cold aura emanated from his body as he charged at Wang Xian without any concealment. Why are you wasting your breath on him? If he doesn't hand over the safety fee, just cripple him. The fat young man said impatiently. Roar. GG. However, their roars and the aura that emanated from their bodies caused a few ferocious beasts in the beast pen to let out a low roar. They looked at the group of people at the door and roared. What kind of beast is this? The roars of the little yin monkey and the blood-trace turtle instantly attracted the attention of the group. When they looked over, they were slightly stunned. That golden little monkey is so beautiful. It seems to be a little yin monkey with the bloodline of a half-step void interpretation demon beast. There are actually five little yin monkeys. A girl looked at the 5 little yin monkeys with a surprised expression and sized them up with love. It's a half-step void interpretation demonic beast cub. The old man was slightly stunned, and his face was full of astonishment. The fat young man was also surprised. A seemingly low-class grocery store actually had such a treasure. They looked into the store and looked at it seriously. Weapons, armor, and even sets. Pet eggs, demon beasts, fierce beasts, array compasses, and many other strange treasures. Each item was emitting a strong energy. At least all of them were transcendent level 8 items. This made them look shocked. There were 500 to 600 items like weapons and armor, and even the lowest priced weapons cost 10 drops of spirit liquid. As for the young demonic beast, it was worth at least 10 billion middle-grade spiritual stones. This small shop sold a variety of items, but the value was beyond imagination. I didn't expect the items sold to be so precious. That's perfect. Take a young demonic beast as your safety fee for this month. The eyes of the fat young man flickered. He opened his mouth and spoke like a lion. He looked at the items around him with a hint of greed in his eyes. Didn't you hear what I just said? Scram. Wang Xian saw the greedy eyes of the few of them, and a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.